And in about 2 minutes, I'm going to ask our chair, board,
Say
come
it.
But they say there's no volume.
Yeah, I'm checking.
start or launch this. Yes, please. Let's put our hands together for the chair.
Thank you, Derek.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, with love, Uganda. Are we excited to be here? This is an exciting moment, no doubt, and I think it's going to define who we are as members of With Love Uganda. As has been famously used, and I'm sure you've all seen it. Forgive my bad manners. My name is David Amitu, and I am chairman of the board of directors of With Love Uganda. Thank you. About this time of year, I will be standing here in under different circumstances. Traditionally, we've had our AGMs in December. This year is different. We won't be having our AGM this year, or in December for that matter. It's because as a board, we did agree to change our financial year to coincide with the calendar. Initially, our financial accounting year was 1st July to 30th June, which coincides with the tax year. We decided to change that to a calendar year. 1st January now, going forward, active this year, to 31st December. So we won't be having an AGM this year. So I just want to put that out there. I'm using this opportunity to communicate to the members. I'm sure a formal communication will be going out. Our next AGM will be held next year, very likely in the second quarter of the year, 4 to 5 months after the closing of the financial year. Once our accounts are out, they've been audited, and approved by the board. In December, it's not the AGM that I'm presiding over, but just an opening note for this, I believe, very, very important day for us. But before I go into just saying a few things, I would like to please allow me take this opportunity to invite and introduce the board of directors present here today. I'll start with the closest to me, and that is Derek Okumu Opio. And Catherine Muinda, please stand up for recognition. She's on the project team, technical team, so she will be presenting her stuff today. Belinda Komuntale is not here. Apologies were received. She actually, at the moment, we're in the middle of a strategic session as a board. Obviously, we're charting the path for WLU. And so she's responsible for things like that. One of the things we decided to do, and we actually had a few sessions here too already, where we are trying to, we're involved in a strategic process, essentially. So we've re-looked at our vision and our mission and the values. Now we're going beyond that. Now the strategy plan, a 3 to 5 year plan initially. So we're in the process of that. Belinda is leading that process. She's not here today. Another important part of the board is a lady by the name of Violent Nabakembokori. She is actually in charge of finance. So all the matters as far as management is concerned, Alex and the management team, anything relating to finance on the board, Corey is responsible. She's the lead on that on the board. The other member that is not here is our legal man, Bill Mamawi. He's the company secretary. So yeah, it's coming. Okay, I'm told it's coming. Okay. Last but not least, the man that gets things moving, Alex Amwine, the CEO. Thank you for that. Like I said, it's an exciting day for all of us at WLU. This is big. This is different. I was actually hoping that we would have more people in the room. I am reliably informed that we are streaming this live, right? Yeah, okay, for the benefit of those that are far off and can't make it here today or have busy schedules. But as members of With Love Uganda, we have a common goal and an overriding one. And that is the overriding goal of our hospital. That's what it is, essentially. That's why we came together. And our commitment to this is actually embodied in our 10,000 project. Okay? That's the overriding goal. The few other sub-goals, overriding goal. But you see, it is, I'm not going to say it's one-dimensional. You're all aware now, there's one out there that we are going to be doing a lot more than just the hospital. So we, the board realizes, yes, that it's not one dimension, it's not just the hospital. Yes, that is why we've come together as members of WLU to build this state-of-the-art hospital. There are going to be a number of things that are going to be happening over the course of time. We have 5 years now. Not yet close to putting the resources together to deliver this hospital, but there are things that we can do that can accelerate the realization of this goal, this objective. And also give us value as members. Immediate value. Projects like this particular project, the reason we are here today. Essentially what we are doing is we are harnessing the power of numbers, our collective power. That's what we're doing here today. And with this project that we're about to unveil today, yeah, we'll be demonstrating our ability as members. As you can see, this board, maybe I just needed to add, is these are distinguished individuals in their respective fields, okay, who are not being paid to be a part of the board, like, you know, for any entity. And I'll call this a public one in a sense because we are drawing from the public, essentially. All of you come from out there, okay? We're coming together. Again, we have a reason why we're coming together. But there's got to be corporate governance. It's why we're there as a board. And it's why we have a competent team. And it's why we're saying, even at the board, we have somebody that has got the experience, that knows what needs to be done. Structures need to be in place. And those ones, every time I have an opportunity to speak to members as part of the board, is to reassure you guys, to reassure everyone, even those ones on the outside looking in, that we take corporate governance very seriously. That's why we have a board to start with. Yeah? So, like I said, our overriding goal is a hospital. But then again, we're not just one-dimensional. There are things that we think we're going to be able to do. And this is one of them. It's why we're here today. So, that on our journey to deliver the hospital, there's opportunity for us to harness our power. I have said that. To create and deliver value for members. Guys, this is what this is all about. the WLU city that has been promised to you and is going to be unveiled today. We are looking for value. The hospital, yeah, it's that target over there. We're not there yet. We'll get there. This is enough to demonstrate. We are 1,000 members strong at the moment. The vision is to look for how many members? 1 million members. That's what we're looking for. With this project, the WLU city that is going to be unveiled today, we're looking for an extra 15,000 members. We're only 1,000. Some of us are going to buy into this current this project, the WLU satellite city. But it's not enough for us to be able to deliver that city. So we need more members on board. And then we will be able to deliver our hospital. Whenever that will be. But in the meantime, as members, we need to be able to get value. It's why we should be able to do projects like this. Dream them up, execute them, bring them to life, so we can have a piece of it. Jocelyn and the media team and the management team with Love Uganda, demonstration team, through the chat groups have been telling us exactly how we shall be living in this city, organized and all and things like that. Yes, we want to do that. But as you see, because of our power, even just the price of acquiring that asset, the plot, the land, is because we've come together. It makes it easier. The things that we're going to be able to do, the facilities, the common, the public facilities, the infrastructure, the roads and things like that, there will be common places for businesses to be set up and all that stuff. All that is only possible because we come together as a mass of people. And WLU is able to do that. So that is why we're here today, to unveil a symbol of our desire and community to break new ground. Essentially, that's what it is. I did a bit of search on Google, the projects like this that have been done. I came across some interesting stuff. The government, I think, has been involved as they're trying to create a satellite city, but I think it was just, I think, a 1 square mile. It's not been delivered. I was looking at the date. So many years ago, nothing has happened. I don't think anybody's done anything like this. So for us, essentially, we'll be breaking new ground and charting new paths, not just for us, but for our country. Trust me, we're going to be spoken about. It's going to happen. Yeah, it's going to happen. That's why we really have to make this work. So today, we begin on a course that will define who we are. I've said that already. This is very important. Because out there, when somebody mentions with Love, you're going to, oh, those guys that do this, have done that. Those big and mighty things that can only be done because people have come together. Yeah, so may today be the day that we realize as a body that we are unlocking our potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Does anyone have a question while he's still here? We could utilize this opportunity. Because he has mentioned a number of things that you might want more light thrown on. There will be opportunities at the end. Yes. But I just thought, since he's still here, we could utilize this opportunity before he leaves. I know he will come on later. Thank you. By the way, places of convenience, get out of here and then turn to your right there. But we have an opportunity in case that is, because of our numbers, we can also use the floor below us. Third floor. If that is also not enough, we can use the one below. Because of the inconvenience, we have this place to ourselves. Yes. I thought I should give us a small background on who our board, who he is. Who is David Emito? He is the board of directors, but what more can we know about him? He's a chartered certified accountant. He was the chief accountant of Air France, Uganda. He was the head of treasury with Nile Bank then. He was head of treasury sales with Barclays Bank then, before ABSA. He was head of treasury of KCB Bank. Then currently, He's the board chair, finance of Basic Needs UK in Uganda. They run an NGO in mental health operating in Agago, northern Uganda. Then he's also board chair of Foco Development Finance, a microfinance company in Kampala. And then he also he's a businessman. He's a co-founder of Era Beauty Lounge and also co-founder of Inyamat Restaurant. And lastly, co-founder of Customs Stitch Limited. So we have an able-bodied board chair. Let's give him a hand. I will give you more profiles of other people as well as we go along. Okay? We're waiting for somebody who is supposed to be giving us a presentation. She's supposed to be, she's our head training and orientation, Jolly Twine. But she's on her way, she's just gotten delayed. And so I thought maybe let's also utilize this opportunity to ask, because remember we were asking about expectations. And I think this far that we have gotten, some questions must have come up. Because somebody asked, I think Adele asked, what is the time frame for these projects to kick in? Or when can we be able to realize these projects? And I think these are some of the crucial questions that must be going in our minds. And David also alluded to that by asking and saying, yes, time frames are there, and that is why we are thinking, okay, the 15,000 project, not the 15,000 project, the satellite city, we're looking at 15,000 Ugandans coming together. That is going to increase our number of people who we think will be able to make up the bigger picture for us to be able to realize our dream. And this dream is going to come to pass. I have no doubt about that. Amen. By the way, I should also state that we are not a political party. We are not a religious party. But of course, we all have beliefs. We believe in a God or some superior being. We are, what's the other? There are usually three. Not political, not religious. Sorry? No, not traditional. There's a third other than the traditional. That might be a fourth. Not political, Alex, help me. Not political, not religious. Yes. So we all believe in a God. So when we say amen, you then know that I'm a Christian. I believe in God, the only true wise God. But we also have Muslims. I don't think we have atheists in Uganda. Because if they are, then they are misplaced. Any expectations? Again, you're all very welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not registered, please do register. We'd really want to get to know your details so that we can be able to get to you later, at a later point. Questions? The reason why I want us to wait for Jolie is also because, according to our program, after she has spoken, we will have our vision bearer, Mr. Mwine Alex, speaking. So I wouldn't want Alex to come now and then Jolie comes after Alex. But also in the interest of time. But I know that we are going to make sure before 1 o'clock or by 1 sharp, we are done. Because we are also time conscious people. That is one of our virtues and core values. At 2. Okay. Let me just find out where she is. Okay, I'm told she's down at the parking, so in a few minutes she should be here. But do you have any persons that are here for the very first time? Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. My goodness. Oh dear. Let's give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Please put your hands up again. Could you kindly stand? Please. Please stand. We want to honor you. Please stand. Let's give them another hand. This is beautiful. Oh, no, don't sit, don't sit. I want you to kindly just introduce yourselves and let us know why you are here. We just want to be part of this.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard Stephen, and my boss invited me here, who is a part of this wonderful team. So I was able to grace this occasion with my presence because of her invitation. Thank you.
My name is Aya Catherine. I'm a member of WLU. It is my first time to be here, and I'm here to learn more. Thank you.
Hello everyone, praise the Lord. My name is Mukundane Shepherd Christo. I am a member of WLU for a couple of 4 months now. Yeah, so I'm very honored to be part, and I'm also honored to be part of Mama Kathy's team. Yeah, thank you.
Morning everyone. Win Namara, my name. I think I'm 5 months old. I'm glad to be part of the team.
Good morning, members. I am Anthony Kiwanuka. I'm also happy to be part of the team. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Angelina Murorwa. I was also invited by Madam Catherine, who is a member. So I'm here to find out more. And thank you.
Good morning. I am Akena Otim Edwin. I was invited by Israel Chirunji, who is a member, and I'm here to learn more.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Usinje. I am a one-day-old member of WLU. I was also invited by Amoti Israel Chirunji. I'm really here to learn more.
Hello everyone. My name is Manzi Akram. I study from Viva College, and I think I'm the youngest member here. So I was invited here by my mother, Fiona. She's right here. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Inida Cheng. I learned about We Love Uganda yesterday, and I was invited by this brother of mine. He has said very many nice things about it, and I got interested, and I've come to learn more.
Morning, everyone. Humphrey Eric Mayanja. Not yet a member, but I'm really interested, and I was invited by my friend, Godfrey, who's a member.
Matthias, somebody at the very end, at the very back.
Good morning, members. By name of Mans Daudi. I was invited by Madam Nila Basenga Manzi, who is my boss. She's my boss. And I'm also providing mobile money services here. Thank you.
Nice. Yes. Nice. Good stuff. I thought I saw two people standing there.
Good morning.
Still morning, yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm called Pisakech. I'm from Chireka. Thank you.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Jiba Priscilla. I'm part of this team.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There are some people who have just walked in. Yes, please.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm so grateful to be here. My name is Peter Katongole, Chairman Dog Walk Events. Mujja kunsasira nzabadde abakanyugirayo ku bintu by'embwawo ne mukangakangamu. Nensanyusa nnyo okubeera wano. Ate ngenda kubeera wano paka. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Mukambia. I realized I'm also new. I've been around for 5 months. Of course, I came at the invitation of Mama Catherine. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Again, those who just walked in and you had not registered, please register. The other thing I had not mentioned, pardon me, is that we have T-shirts, lovely T-shirts, on sale at 40,000 shillings. Very nice T-shirts. Please pick one for yourself at only 40K. Only 40K. Thank you. Can I kindly request those who are platinum members, please stand up. If you're here and you're a platinum member. Please stand. If you're a platinum member, please stand. Let's give them a hand. And I'm going to ask somebody who has not spoken and somebody who I think might not speak, because some people have an opportunity for the mic. Please give her a mic. Please sit, but I want us to. What does it mean to be a platinum member? What did you do?
What did I do? My name is Caroline Oyera Papaok. I joined with Love Uganda, I think, in 2021. And of course, with Love Uganda has been on for a while. So I was told to be a platinum member, you'd have to be, been a member for, is it 8 years? 8 years since the start of Love Uganda. And that means that your balance should be above 860, 840, yeah, something like that. So I paid up, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now let me ask, this is now Q&A from me. After platinum, who do we go to? What class do we go to next? Sorry? Gold. So can the gold members please stand? This is not to embarrass anyone. Please, don't, no. We're not here to embarrass anyone. Yes. Several times a mic. What did you do to... first and foremost, let's give them a hand. What does it mean to be a gold member?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Immaculate Nakalawa. I was told about with Love Uganda in 2020, the COVID year. So then I am like, give me 1 year to think about it. So 2021 is when I joined. Honestly, my target is platinum. So I don't want to look at the amount. I just keep putting till I get there. I won't lie.
Thank you. After gold, which is the next level? Sorry? I am asking intentionally, by the way, not because I don't know. I know, but I want to make sure we get to know the picture. After platinum, we go to gold. After gold, we go to... I'm not hearing you. Silver. Silver members, please stand. Please give her the mic.
As I told you earlier, I joined about 5 months ago. Then in the middle there was a training by Madam
Jolie.
Jolie, yes. Then she gave us some highlights on how to go through these ranks. So I promised myself that I'll be gold before the year ends. So that's what I'm working
Good
towards.
stuff. Nice. Nice. Very good. So after silver, sorry? You didn't get the amounts? Okay. We shall let you know. Yeah. He's asking what are the amounts affiliated to platinum, gold, silver. And after silver, what do we get to? Bronze. Can I please request the bronze members to stand? Again, like I said, we are not here to embarrass anyone. You don't even know the level at which you are at. Okay. We are going to let you know very shortly. So people don't know the level at which they are. The majority of us don't know where we lie. Okay. This is very good. This is very informative, by the way. Okay. So we are going to know, we shall know who, at what level we are supposed to be at. How much do you pay to get to that level? Very good. And then after bronze, ordinary. Ordinary members, please stand up. Hey, thank you for being truthful. This is nice. Thank you for being people. Sorry again. These people, it is because they are new members. You can see. So let's give them a hand. I will tell you why I am excited about these people. During, I think 2 or 3 months ago, we were given assignments as board members to call up 132 people or 118 people. And some of the people I called, some of the people I called said they did not want to be part of it. Some gave reasons, which I will not mention, but some said, I cannot pay money for something I don't know about. Others said, I lost interest. So of course I tried to find out what are the reasons and so forth. And so when I asked who are the ordinary people, I wanted to know why, because from what I experienced 2-3 months ago, for people to actually be determined to pay every month, religiously, consistently, 10K or even put more, it's because they have foresight. They have foresight that we are getting somewhere. 10K is a kilo of, it's not even by the kilo of meat. A kilo of meat is 14K. So 10K is maybe 2 kilos of sugar. For those who drink alcohol, maybe 2 beers. For us who take tea and water and soda, you're doubting. You know, so 10K is not much, and yet it could be much. I know of people, and I have read stories of how a man killed his daughter because she took 5,000 from his wallet. So you can undermine and say 10K. One time I had gotten some money, and I put money in my pocket here, and then put some money at the back of my pocket. So as I was pulling out my wallet, I forgot that I had put money at the back before I put the wallet. Then later on, I looked around for the 10K because I noticed later it was 10K. Do you know how I looked for that 10K? And yet I had more here, much more. But that 10K pained me because I began saying, do you know what I would have done with that 10K? So I actually began looking around, trying to pace. But of course it had gone. So 10K is not little money. If somebody can lose their lives for 10K, for even less than 10K, that is not something small. So I want to thank you, each of you, from the ordinary to the bronze, silver, gold, platinum, for being consistent, for knowing that there is a bigger picture than just 10K. And yes, we are going to realize this dream. You know, you will forgive me, those who are not Christians. The Bible says, wait for it, it shall surely come. The dream shall surely come. Even though it tarries, it shall surely come. That is in Haggai. So our dream, though it tarries, though it takes a little longer, it will be realized. If you ever want to get fruits from a rich tree, you wait. The thing grows bigger, the branches become stronger, because they have got to be able to manage the fruits that are going to be hanging on it. And so the branches must be strong. Without very many words, let me invite Jolie, because she's not going to take a seat. I'm not going to permit her to take a seat. She's going to come straight here. Let's give her a hand as she prepares herself. Just pass there. No, come on, put your stuff. Okay, while she gets herself ready. Anyone with a question? I want us to leave this place when we don't have unanswered questions. That's why I keep asking. Anyone with a question? Anyone with an expectation? And those who have just walked in again, please, you're welcome. Oh yes, and we have online people, so they might have questions. If they have questions, how do we get them? The people online are welcome. Okay, we have somebody who will read out the questions or expectations that the people online might have. Matthias, please get the mic to the lady there, right there. Do the online people have questions or expectations? Not yet. Okay. This. How many? I will not bother because this is an IT dispensation. AI. Let's pull out our phones right now, if you can. Pull out your smartphones. Only smartphones. No, I know why I'm asking for only smartphones. Go to YouTube. Are you on YouTube? Please subscribe to our With Love Uganda page. And comment and say something. How you are attending the Satellite City launch. Mark, you registered, so I am going to be able to see those who have not gone onto the YouTube page. Have you seen it? I've heard someone say they cannot see it. Anyone else who has not seen it? Yes. You can't see it. There is a link on the WhatsApp group that can actually lead you to the YouTube page. You've seen it? Okay. Are we all together? Are we all there? Alex, next time we will have to get breakfast for people. People are not responding. Are we all there? And the breakfast will have to come from Minyamat. Yeah? Are we all there, ladies and gentlemen? Yes. So without further ado, Johnny, welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I know we've not had breakfast, but next time there will be breakfast, so don't worry. But let's speak Navaina Kumanyi. My name is Jolly Twin Empaire. I'm in charge of trainings for With Love Uganda. First and foremost, my sincere apologies for coming a bit late. Due to unavoidable circumstances, I could not make it on time, but nevertheless, I am here. So we thank God for everything. Quickly, we are going to go. Maybe can I see how many people are 1 year old in With Love Uganda? 1 year old? Okay. 1 year and below? Okay, so this covers 1 month, up to 1 year. So the rest, 1 year and above, all of us are maybe plus 2 years now here. Okay, so it means we guys have been there for some time. But nevertheless, we just want to remind ourselves about With Love Uganda. What is this thing called With Love Uganda? Maybe you're here because of a friend. You're here, someone told you about With Love Uganda. Some of you are here because it is just 10,000 anyhow. I can afford to sacrifice it. But what is this 10,000 going to do? Do you really understand what With Love Uganda is all about? Even when you're seated here, when you choose to say, I can sit here for some good 2 to 3 hours. First and foremost, I really want us to clap hands for ourselves for being here today. Thank you very much. I just want to take very few minutes to take us through what With Love Uganda is all about, and also for the benefit of those of us who have just joined. We really need to understand, and those of us who have been there for some time, I know you receive questions from your friends, or you want to sell With Love Uganda to your colleagues. You need to understand what With Love Uganda is all about. Quick background about With Love Uganda. So one day, some beautiful couple sat in their sitting room and thought of something that could really, help Ugandans. You see, in Uganda, we always complain, the youth, there are no jobs, there's no this, government is not doing enough. blah, blah. There are so many complaints out there. The politicians come tell us this, the other, and you actually see a point and say, wait a minute, I'm educated, I have educated children, but I think there are no jobs in Uganda. What do? Other people end up going abroad looking for VAO. But in actual sense, we can make Uganda a better Uganda to live in, we as Ugandans. So that's why we came up and said, yes, let's have this one thing with Love Uganda. Can you love Uganda? Because you are Ugandans, love yourself, and after loving yourself, then other people can love you. So this lady and gentleman sat and said, wait a minute, I think we can do something as Ugandans. We can build ourselves as Ugandans. And for them, they just looked at, if at all only 1 million Ugandans come together, 1 million Ugandans only out of the 49 million plus people that we have, if 1 million can come together and work together and only contribute a 10K every month, just 10K, where you go for lunch and just have it in a twinkling of an eye, and the 10K is done. Here in Kampala, in a comfortable place where you can have a good lunch, it's actually between 15 and 25,000. And now we said with the 10K, with 1 million Ugandans, we can do so much. There have been so many policy schemes that have come from abroad. They come say, please come together, do this, do the other, you'll get money, you'll multiply very fast, blah, blah. Some of us have fallen short of these policy schemes, isn't it? Now here as Ugandans, we are saying, let us create our own thing. So they thought, no, if 1 million Ugandans can come together, pay 10,000 every month, how much is that going to be per month? 10 billion. 10 billion if we had a million Ugandans bringing the 10K every month. 10 billion. Do you even know what 10 billion can do? 10 billion can do so much. That is 10 billion every month. Times a year, times 12 months, how much is that? 120 billion. So even as we sit here in this room, we are about 100 plus. Our target should be looking out for 1 million Ugandans that can faithfully pay this 10,000 per year. So when Alex Mune and his dear wife sat and thought of this, they said, no, we are not going to stomach this vision to ourselves. Let us go ahead and share it with 1 or 2 people. They shared with 1 or 2 people. The 2 people shared with other 2 people. And those shared with other. And today we are above 1,000. So you see how the power of network, how it can be. So we want to thank Alex Mune and his wife for thinking of this thing and not dying with it and sharing it with one of us for the other reason we are seated here this morning. A hand of applause to them. Thank you very much. So quickly, having given you the background to Derek, come and help me here. I don't. Okay. So with Love Uganda is a certified company. Yeah? That is the certificate of incorporation. We are not operating illegally. It is registered. It is a full-fledged company. So that is our certificate. It's a certificate of registration that is with the Uganda Revenue Authority. So quickly, how to check for one's statement or account balance. I believe you all know that website. Go to that website. You'll see your weekly payment report. You'll see that are also shared every Sunday on the group. But you can be able to see how much you have so far saved, how much you have. That will encourage you to even save more. Membership ranks. So we have membership ranks. We have all not joined at the same time, and we all contribute differently. So because of this, we chose to come up with membership ranks as you're going to see them. They say all animals are equal, but there are those who are more equal than others. It is from the beginning. It's not me who created it. So the moment you come up and you know you're saving more than the other, you should definitely be able to get a better benefit than a person. You has been in Love Uganda for years and a person who has been there for 1 month, you cannot be the same, because I mean there's that commitment, there's that money you've saved, and therefore you've grown to another rank. But also you can join today and surpass somebody who has been there for years, as you'll see that we have some people referred to as the sleeping giants. If you join and you choose to sleep, and I join and I choose to be active, I'm going to grow and surpass you, and we'll be looking at the benefits of these different ranks and why do we have all these different ranks in With Love Uganda. One, we have the ordinary, we have bronze, we have silver, we have gold, and we have platinum. When you go to the website and you're checking for your balance, you'll be able to know where you fall in these ranks. And also on that list that we keep sharing, the statements every Sunday, you'll be able to know where you fall in those ranks. And now I'm going to tell you what each rank stands for and what benefits you ought to have as a result of being in those ranks. Ordinary. At a point of entry, when one pays his first 10,000, you qualify to be an ordinary member. And this ordinary member goes to a maximum of 240,000. That is within the first and second year. There you are an ordinary member. However, at 6 months, the account balance reading a minimum of 60, a member qualifies to get an ID. So if you have saved more than 60,000, you should be having an ID. If an ID is not yet given, very soon we'll be providing these IDs. The bronze member. At the beginning of the third year, your account balance is 250 to a maximum of 360. There you are a bronze member. So when you check and know you saved up to this, you have qualified to become a bronze member. A silver member begins on the fifth year, running for 2 years. The account balance is 370 up to 600,000. So if your account balance is reading from 370 to 600,000, you are already a silver member. You could check your balance and see how much you're missing to actually join the group of silver member. Then we have the gold member. At the beginning of the 6th year to the 7th year, account balance is 610 and a maximum of 840. You are a gold member. This I'm saying at the beginning of this year, it means you've consistently saved your 10,000 without any increment. But you can also choose today to say, by the time I leave this room, I am going to be a gold member. I have my 800,000 here. I have my 600, I have my 500. I'm going to deposit and I become a gold member. So gold member is up to 840. Then we have a platinum member that account balance reading minimum of 860. If we hit the rank, we should be in position to enjoy the same benefits apart from the cashback benefits. There are many benefits that I'm also going to go through. And as I speak to you, I'm a platinum member. I lead by example. Yes. So my balance is above 860. I wish there was another maybe level, I don't know, platinum plus or blah blah, should be able to also hit that roof very soon. But I will continue saving. So these are the ranks that we are having. Important to note is that any member at this point is allowed to backdate and or pay to whatever rank of their choice. However, this window will be closed when the 1,000 membership mark is realized. We already hit 1,000 membership mark. As it were, we shouldn't be allowing anybody to backdate. But due to the demand of many, yes, we've given an allowance and say at the mark of 1,500, that's when you're going to stop backdating. So you're free to backdate and say, let me push and get to platinum and get to gold and get to silver, because of the benefits that you will soon be seeing that await people at platinum and at gold, at silver, and all those ranks. So we have the super members. Any member with a minimum of 120, 12 months, less than 30,000 in arrears is a super member. We have members who pay, you skip months. You understand? You pay today, then you take your time to pay again, like that. But we are saying if you paid a minimum of 120 and 20,000 in 12 months, meaning consistently you've been paying your 10K with less than 30,000 in arrears. You could have paid maybe 60, and and in arrears we are demanding you less than 30. You are still a super member. You are trying your level best. We have upcoming super members. These ones, the account balance is 120, 12 months with arrears of more than 30,000. You are an upcoming super member. You are about to join the league of the super members. This includes members who are backdating. Then we have the sleeping giants, the wonderful sleeping giants. I hope none of us here is a sleeping giant. We are all big people. We are giants in this thing, but you can be a giant, but somehow you're sleeping. Like today, instead of coming so early to this meeting, I chose to sleep a bit, so I became a sleeping giant at that moment. So the members who have taken 20 months and more without paying a single penny, you are our very, very, precious, sleeping giant. Important to note is members are promoted and demoted accordingly. It doesn't matter even when you're a silver member, even when you are, a platinum member. As long as you take 20 months without paying, we shall take you to the sleeping giants. So please ensure that don't reach the platinum level and you say, I have reached, and stop contributing your 10K. You will definitely come to the sleeping giants. So if you have any friend who hasn't been paying his 10K, please encourage them to pay the 10K so that they do not go here. As we are growing very fast, like what we are going to be launching out today, we definitely want to move with people who are moving. And the vision bearer will later on tell us the consequences of being in this sleeping giant. At some point, probably you think you're no longer fit to be a member of With Love Uganda, and that's going to be the bitter truth. Because we need to develop, we need to build ourselves. The vision of this project, the vision of this, group is for us to build ourselves and live in a better Uganda. Thank you. I want to take questions at this point. Anyone with a question before I continue? Anything that is not clear to you? Yes. We have another microphone?
Thank you. You kept speaking of backdating. I don't quite understand what you mean by that.
Okay. Okay. Any other question? Yes. Behind you.
You mentioned something to do with issuing IDs, something like that. I didn't pick it up. If you can clarify on that, please. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. I'm taking 3 questions and then I'll ask that to go.
You talked about the consistency with payment. But now, there are factors that might inhibit one to be a consistent subscriber, even indefinitely. What happens then? Thank you.
Okay, let me take these 3 questions. Then there's another one behind. I'll also take that just after answering the 3 so that I do not forget. One asked about what is this thing called backdating. Okay, let me say you've joined today, but as you've seen, we have ranks. You've joined today, you are not now member. Now, if I may go back, platinum member, this is member at the 8th year, meaning you've been with Love Uganda for 8 years, but you have joined today and it is your first year. But you want to be at the same level with a person who has been there for 8 years. It means you're going to pay money so that we take you back as though you joined 8 years back. You get the point? That is the backdating. Like, you've joined today, but you want to be at a level of a person who was there 5 years or 8 years back. That's what we are calling backdating. When you pay your money, it will show that you've been with Love Uganda for actually 8 years, even when you've been there for 1 month or 2 months. That's what we are referring to as backdating. Every member of With Love Uganda who has paid 60,000 and above is supposed to have a With Love Uganda ID. If you don't have an ID today, and the vision bar is going to tell us when are these IDs coming. So you're supposed to get an ID We all have leaders. I don't know if you all have your leaders. Please ask your leader. Let them provide you with proper information on how and when you can have your ID. Understood? Then you spoke about if you are, because of one reason or another, you are not able to contribute consistently. Yes, we all have leaders. Please let us know that, you know, something happened to me. I used to work. Now I'm not working. I cannot even afford 10,000 to pay anymore. Yet I want to remain as a member of With Love Uganda. Kindly bear with me. Up to this time, I'll be able. We should even be able to come together and support one another. We have had people here who have lost their dear ones. We've come together and supported them. We've had people who are really in bad shape. We've come together. Just communication is key. As I have said, everybody has gotten a leader. Let your leader know. If you do not know your leader, by the time you leave this room, you should go having known who your leader is. The other question?
In case I want to either step down or give my shares to a friend or like anyone, am I allowed? Like if I want to step down and I want to sell or give my shares to someone else, is that allowed?
Okay, thank you very much. In the first place, I don't advise anybody to step down, but if you think you really must step down, yes, you are allowed to sell your shares to another person who is willing to continue with that. By the way, even when, anyway, I think that Alex will speak about that. I may not be having the point of speaking about that, but yes, there is a program, there is an arrangement of someone who feels like stepping down. How do we go about it? Because at some point you do something and you feel like, I'm going away, I'll not manage to continue contributing, you know, because of one reason or the other, you feel like stepping down. When Alex comes to talk, he will tell us about how we are going to be going about this whole situation. Any other question before I continue? Yes?
Thank you. You talked about benefits of the different groups, but the only benefit I had to talk about was the ID for the ordinary group. And then two, in case something happens naturally, can I do the shares or whatever I've saved? Can someone else continue saving for me or take on from where I stopped? And then three, can I have more than one share of, I pay for myself the 10, I pick a child and I pay for them the 10 for, as we grow together? Sorry, very many questions.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, as I answer that, I am coming to the benefits. After this, the next is the benefits of all these levels. Now, that was just by the way, the one I spoke about. Just that one. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm an ordinary member. This is my first time with Love Uganda. And I would like to know what more like me about the 10K we are paying, and also I would like to know what steps should I follow to join, like, or for how long can I take to become either silver or gold member? Thank you.
Brilliant question. Okay. Can I answer those two as you get another one? So I was still answering, Madam, that yes, I'm going to talk about the benefits. Two, yes, you can have two accounts for yourself and for your child if you wish to. Secondly, when naturally probably you are gone, yes, we have, or we are going to come up with the next of kin, document. If in case you're gone, who takes over before we've not been having that, so when someone passes on, it has been. But even then, when a family member comes and says, you know what, Jolie was a member of With Love Uganda, I would like to continue with her account, we have done that before, we actually transfer your funds to that person who has proved that actually is a member of your family. Of course, they provide some documentations and we know, then they take over your account or your child can take it over, but also you are going to feel that next of kin documentation for us to know who to give your money to in case you have left, you know, something like that. We just pray that we'll all be here to enjoy the benefits of With Love Uganda. Okay, my friend who has just joined With Love Uganda, you are very welcome. In the next slide, I'm going to be sharing with you what With Love Uganda is going to be doing, the construction of, you know, the satellite city, the construction of the hospital. We have so many things that we want to venture into, and those many things is what our 10,000 shillings is going to be doing, as I'm going to be taking you through in the next slides. So just pay attention. And you said, what do you do to join the next level? I just went through these things to show you that at ordinary level you have paid so much. At a bronze level you have paid so much. So you look at those monies that you're supposed to pay. Sorry. You see, this, at this point, these monies you're supposed to pay, 250 at 360, bronze, silver, that amount of money, gold, that amount of money, platinum, that amount of money. So if you want to belong to any of these groups, it means you have to pay up to that amount of money, then you can switch from where you are to the next level. Any other question? Yes?
On the same point.
Yes.
Cause I've written down, I've noted down here that for me to become a silver member is when I've spent here like for my 4th year. And what if I've paid that money and yet I'm still in maybe my 1st year? Should I become a silver member?
That's what we call backdating.
Okay.
You understand? If you pay money equivalent to silver level, it will backdate you to assume that even when you're in your 1st year, you'll be like somebody who joined 4 years back. You get my point? That's why I came to say backdating. Okay? So you can choose to be a platinum member today if you have the ability to be so. So quickly, let's go now to the benefits. They include but not limited to the following: employment opportunities. With Love Uganda is looking at building a state-of-art hospital. And to this, we've already bought some piece of land in Busika and Zirewe. I think Chiwenda will have some piece of land. So we are going to build a state-of-art hospital, a beautiful hospital. Now, in this hospital, of course, we will need workers, doctors, accountants, you know, cleaners, you know, office messengers, those people in charge of procurement, a full-fledged company. So the benefits, when we are looking for these employees, the first person we begin with is a With Love Uganda member. Now, when we go to a With Love Uganda member, we also look at what rank are you at. You get my point? So when you come for interview, because we need doctors, and we have doctors in our midst. So when I'm having 3 doctors in front of me, I'm at a panel, when someone is a member of With Love Uganda, definitely they have an upper hand in getting a job with, because we want to promote our own. Someone said here that next time breakfast will come from Inyamati, is because the proprietor of Inyamati is a member of With Love Uganda. Why would I go and support a different, you know, place when I have a member within house? So we are looking at employment opportunities in our hospital, in these places. We are thinking of, you know, today we are launching a satellite city. You know that it's an organized community, but it will need some, you know, workers to do that. You know, the people who are going to be constructing, the people who are going to be doing all the people giving us materials, all those different things. All these people are going to come from the 1,000 plus members we are having. We can't fail to get people who fall in all these categories. So we are saying there is employment opportunities, there is business opportunities, as I've just said. You have a hardware, you have a stationery, you have, you know, even when you sell granates, as low as that, you have a business opportunity in With Love Uganda. Every Thursday we post what we do. Okay? I do decoration as side hustle. The other day I posted my work and someone told me, be assured you're going to do my wedding. So I already have a gig. You understand? From here, within with Love Uganda, we are looking at housing, because we are going to construct houses for ourselves. You will be able to own a house at a minimum amount. You'll be able to pay for a mortgage, for many years, and with security. No one is harassing you. You get the point. Being a member of With Love Uganda, we have loans to members, both short-term and long-term. As we grow, we intend, because the money you people pay, that money is not seated doing nothing. That money is being invested and is bringing some profit. So when the money has really grown, we should be able to lend the members for both short-term and long-term loans. Instead of going to a bank and they charge you 24%, why not come to Love Uganda where you may go to loan maybe at 12%? Who knows? Thinking out loud. Then we have health care insurance. Because we are going to build a hospital, we will have insurance in that hospital. When you come to our With Love Uganda hospital, it's going to be the biggest hospital in this country, by the way. Just watch the space. We will get there. That I can assure you. Come, you are platinum member. It means you're going to be treated as platinum member. Your insurance is not the same as the ordinary member. But also you who is an ordinary member, you're not going to be treated like a person who is not a member of With Love Uganda. You have some insurance. Whether you will pay 100,000, maybe you will pay 10,000, maybe you will pay 20,000. At some point you get treatment for free, depending on the organization that will be there at that time. Then we have free advertising and support for member businesses, access to 1 million members. When eventually, even before we are 1 million, I have just told you that I've just gotten a gig from the platforms we are on. So we advertise our businesses that we do. If you're not aware, every Thursday, please, you have a business you do, post it on the group where you are, and members should be able to support you. The other day we were celebrating our anniversary, and we went to one of the premises of one of the members of With Love Uganda. Do you also have a premise that we can go to? Please let us know. We will be able to support you as a member of With Love Uganda. Subsidized tuition fees for members and their children. With Love Uganda established institutions for learning. One of our plans and our visions is also to build a school. So in that school, the children of the members of With Love Uganda will have subsidized tuition. We intend to build a powerful school, one of the best schools in Uganda here, because I just told you guys, if we are collecting 10 billion shillings, 120 billion shillings a year, we can do all these things. Career opportunities and further studies for members. Social capital. Social capital is key. As you are seated here today, you're going to live when you've known another person, one person or the other. So you're building social capital by coming together. There are many people I have known because of With Love Uganda. The other day I had a decoration in Serena Chigo, and one lady came and said, "Oh, I know you from With Love Uganda." Honestly, I couldn't even remember her face, but she knew me. You get the point? So here you're building social capital. You're getting to know 1 or 2 people, and you don't know the power of social capital until you get a problem. That's when you know that social capital is key. So we are talking of next of kin, like you asked. In case you know more, your next of kin should be able to take on your benefits. Your next of kin should be able to enjoy all these benefits. Cashback benefit. At some point, we will have to give back to our members. Alex will throw more light on that. But there's also a cashback benefit. Employment opportunities, directors, assistant directors, departmental managers, human resource, IT, all these departments, honestly speaking, don't you think you fall somewhere here? Even drivers, janitors, etc. All those are going to be employment opportunities with Love Uganda, security, hospitality, etc. The vision for this organization is a big vision. I am only requesting us to hang in here and faithfully pay our 10,000 K. You will see what this can do for you. Business opportunities, supplies in all forms, e.g. building materials, I've spoken, bars, windows, all these things, pharmacies, restaurants, mobile money kiosks, agent banking services, tax cabs. At our satellite city, we'll have all these, services. People have mobile money, people have tax cabs, people have restaurants, because it's a huge, huge thing. It's a huge community that will require all these services. And who's going to be allowed to put a service in those premises? A member of With Love Uganda. If I were you, I'd just tighten my seatbelt, and if I'm planning to leave, as my friend was saying, supposing I want to give up, please, you have every reason not to give up on With Love Uganda. Cashback benefits related to dividend to be paid out to members every end of financial year. Withdraw by members to start after our major investment, hospital starts returning reasonable earnings or profits. Of course, when we build the hospital, we will be making money. We will not be only treating members of Love Uganda, we will be treating all Ugandans. And there will be profit that is coming back, because you're going to ask me, okay, I'm paying my 10K, but you said I'm going to buy a house on mortgage. I'm paying my 10K, but I still have to pay some money in hospital. What will have my 1 million, 2 million I've paid as platinum? How will it be benefiting me? Here is the benefit. As the hospital makes money, you will have a cashback at the end of every year, which we've termed as dividend. How much you saved, how much profit we've made, how do we share it amongst members. So there will be a cashback benefit to all of us. That's more reason why you should have some good amount of money, why all of us here should actually be platinum members. Because the more money you have, the more dividend you will get. I think I'm right on that. Okay. Hospital housing plan. You see, you're asking what your 10,000 is going to be doing. Here we are. 2 to 5 bedrooms, premium between 350 to 500K for 30 years. You'll be able to pay a house for 30 good years. Double premium if you want to finish early within 15 years. If you want to finish within 10 years. If you want to finish within 7 years. If you want to finish with, half the years, all is here. So we have a plan of building up a village like that. Excuse me. With 2 to 5 bedrooms, you choose which one you want to take. And also, depending on your ranks, also will locate you in the most appropriate place. So we have that housing plan. And guys, I can assure you, whether you remain with Love Uganda or not, all these things we are talking about will come to pass. That I can assure you. If we will be 1,000 members to bring them to pass, they will come to pass. If we will be 20 members, if we will be 10, I can assure you, we shall keep our efforts, because we already know where this is heading. You will come and visit some of these housing facilities. You will come and visit hospitals and say, wait a minute, I was a member of this organization. What happened to me? And maybe there will be no time for you to join back. So please, remain in With Love Uganda. State-of-art hospital. Look at how beautiful this will be. Who don't want to go in such a hospital? You may even want to go and just do a healthy check, so far you can do what? You can enter that beautiful hospital. To live long. So this is going to attract people from Uganda and outside Uganda. Today, our best doctors, you go to South Africa for an operation, and you're being worked in by a Ugandan doctor. Why? Because we can't afford to pay him here. You even go to America. The other day we lost Dr. Chinyinji. He was a doctor who operates on the hearts. Right? Man, the guy died abroad, Australia. So you go to Australia to have a heart surgery, and the person working on you is a pure Ugandan. We intend to retain those doctors here in this state-of-art hospital, so we have the best facilities in our country. Let people come from India, let people come from Australia to come and have them worked on in Uganda, and this is possible. Some 20 years back, Dubai was just like us here. See where we are. What has happened to us? It is me and you who will be intentional and say, I can make Uganda a better place to live in. Me, I keep telling people I don't have desires of living abroad, not in a minute. I can go to visit America, but I can't work in America. I'm going to make my riches, my wealth right here in Uganda. So guys, let us get intentional about our country. This is the plan we are having, and tell you, as surely as day comes tonight, we shall surely make this dream come to pass. Thank you. I want to take questions at this point and take my seat. Any questions? Because of our time, I want to take about 3 to 4 questions and I'll get seated. Any question? Or we are all satisfied now? Okay. I seem to be seeing some sense of contentment. Thank you very much. Guys, I want to encourage us, please go tell your friend, go tell your neighbor about the beautiful plans that you've learned about here, that this organization, this group called With Love Uganda, we love our country, and I think you have all bought into this idea. If you didn't understand, I believe today you have understood that what we want to do. We will definitely get there, and we pray that God gives us long life that we may live to see all these plans come to pass. These plans are not for 20 years, by the way. No? So I believe in the next 10 or 15 years or 5 years, we will all still be here. Today we are launching one of the biggest plans. We are going to be launching something very, very important, which is a satellite city. You understand? So our dreams are slowly but surely starting to come to pass. To Nyezeni City, let us be steadfast, let us increase on our momentum of saving and ensure that we make our dreams come to pass. Please never default on your 10K as long as you can afford to pay it. 10K will only buy you 2 beers for those of you who drink. I think a beer is 5,000. Those of you who take wine, it will not even buy a glass of wine. You understand? You go with your children out for pizza. Pizza, the cheapest is about 25,000. You know, but that piece of 25,000, you have secured their future for 2 months. You get that point? So guys, let's get intentional. I'm not saying you go and starve and not take care of your children, but please, as you spend, remember that 10K every month for With Love Uganda. You can triple, you can even choose to pay 120,000 at a go, and you raise fire. You can choose to pay 240, depending on how you can afford. Thank you for listening to me. My name is Tunejoli Ntaile. I beg to submit.
Let's give her a big hand clap. Thank you very much. Thank you. There's something we're going to do, but let me invite Alex to come and say a few words about someone who wants to leave, one of our investors. And they just want to dash out, so Alex, please come. And then after Alex, we're going to have a small break, a few minutes, for us to do something, maybe take a break.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, members. My time is coming, yeah? So me, I want to see some excitement here. I feel like the room is a bit dull, but Derek is going to have us. Before, we have one of our investors, a member, a platinum member. I will explain later. My session is about to come on, so I'll explain why. But all our investors are members, yes? So let me invite just Ma'am Nila to just come and say a word or two before she runs out. And by the way, as she comes, she's among the first 27 members when we began With Love Uganda in 2018. With Love Uganda was launched on the 2nd of December 2018. And when you go on the website, you will see a beautiful mama who gives birth to all of us. Please say one.
Thank you, Alex. What do I say? For me,
At one point in time, I was in my office, and Alex comes and tells me his idea. Said, you know, you can do this, you can do this. For me, I am a Christian, and I believe in empowering other people. So I told him, Alex, we can do this. Let us start. And I started there and then. And I have brought in many people. And what I tell them is, imagine 10,000. You can lose it. But when you contribute it, you can make other people better. For me, I'm old. By the time maybe the city will be there, I'll be very old. You get it? But has someone else benefited? So me, my motivation, even of telling other people to join, is to make your community better. When your community is better, you are better, and God blesses you for the good things you do. So Alex, I thank you so much, and I have brought in my children, I have brought in my friends, I have brought in everyone, and I'm still bringing more. One of my staff joined today, the one, and support him. He made Kalango. Thank you very much. I have to leave. I have another function. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mam Nila. I call her Mam Nila out of respect. So I'm also going to invite another. This shows the commitment that our members have. We have, all of us here, busy people. We are all working. We are all busy. It's just that we have people who have more responsibility than others. I hope you understand when I say that. So let me also invite Mr. Martin Kanjoka. He has a work function to come and say a word before he runs out in the next few minutes. Yeah, Martin is the Chief Risk Audit at Postbank Uganda. Yes, and one of our investors as well. And I said I will explain. Let him just say a word.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very much. Members here present, you are most welcome. The ones that have been there, the ones that have joined today, the ones that have come to listen and make a decision whether or not to join, you are all most welcome. Like Alex has said, I'm Martin Kanjoka. I'm an accountant, I'm a CPA, I'm FCCA, I'm an auditor by profession, and a qualified accountant, like I've said. Currently, I work with Postbank Uganda. I'm the Chief Risk Officer there. Yeah, I've worked elsewhere in other institutions. I've been head of audit at Orient Bank. I've been a head of risk at Orient Bank. I've been internal audit manager at DTB. Before that, I've been an external auditor, auditing banks with KPMG. You don't know the global audit firms. Yeah. So for me, when I just actually, when did I join? 2 years, 1 year. I don't even, because for me, I always tell Alex, it's like I've been here from the beginning. Yeah, because I'm so up. Even what we are talking about here, I'm so updated. Yeah. So, but my younger sister was the first to join from the diaspora, and then she spoke to me about with Love Uganda. Just what the things she talked about, you know, there's a vision to build a hospital and so on. Like any human being, if you really, just even beyond the self-benefit, yeah, when I looked at the vision, that alone moved me. And I thought about the contribution, the 10,000. So I imagined how much money do I spend, like on a daily basis. And that, of course, like I said, I'm a chief risk officer, so I'm one of those guys who look at risk, yeah? Risk, fraud, yeah? I had frauds and investigations in a bank. So, I said, what about if it is a fraud? I'm educated, very educated, yeah? I've helped organizations. So I said, what about if this is a fraud? Like, maybe people have come today, you may be asking, but this thing, maybe, yeah, they were what? I don't want to mention other organizations, yeah? But what about if it is unreal, yeah? I said, okay, fine, 120,000 per year. If I paid it, okay, and it is not, let's say it is not real for a year, okay. if I try to go and look for Love Uganda, get transport, go to police, what? Yeah? Still, yeah? Then I said, but what if it is real? There's so much to lose if it is real, yeah, and I don't join. And there's less that I could actually lose. Because some of us have really lost in other things before. Even very fake things, even which we saw from the beginning, that they were fake. And we lost, and big time, moreover. Then I said, but this is, first of all, we looked at the caliber of people who are in this with Love Uganda. I'm sure there are people who are listening, and watching online. When I was coming here driving, I was actually online. Yeah, I was online. I didn't miss when you were speaking. Yeah, I was updated. So I said it cannot be untrue. So I'm one of those people who support the vision as a member. I'm a platinum member. For me, when I heard about it, I just said, I think I asked Alex, he said, you can backdate. He explained. I just told him I was in my car, I was going to gym. I said, I'm sending, how do I send? So I paid 1 year first, 120,000 from mobile money. Then he explained that, you see, but we have members who have been around since 2018 and so on. We have this. I said, okay, fine. I don't want to be paying 10K per month. Yeah. If God has blessed you, He has blessed you. So I said I will pay the maximum that I can, yeah, and cover. So I paid once, and I'm waiting to get another deposit and put. So that by the time you say that maybe there's, like Jerry was saying, I will be there already, yeah. On this project that is going to be unveiled, I think you will speak. But I heard about it. I didn't have money that time, really. I remember, Alex, we had a discussion. But I said, no, for this vision, let me try what I can. I said, even if I can raise half of the investment, let me put. Even if I can make 100%, I will make it. If I get money that I need it back, I'll first make sure we get it there so that we secure what we want to secure. Then maybe I can get it back. But trust me, for whatever project, for whatever there is to be done, personally, I'm convinced, and I've made an agreement with myself that I'll be part of it all the way. So I encourage you and welcome you to be very vibrant members. Let us transform. We cannot wait for people and blame some other persons that have not done something for us. Where I work, I have one of the colleagues at my level at EXCO, Executive Committee. He normally tells fellow colleagues or staff, says, the bank owes you nothing. We don't owe you anything. It looks rude. It sounds rude. If I tell you, if I work with you and I'm your leader, I say, I owe you nothing. You owe yourself what? Everything. So sometimes you sit there and say, no, but for me, I'm staying like in such a place because, nobody has planned for the city properly, and yet we are the guys to do it. I think there was a leader who said, let us not ask what the nation has done for us, but let's ask ourselves what we have done for the nation. So let's all ask ourselves what we have done for ourselves. Thank you for providing a platform where we can say, this is what we have done for ourselves. I thank you. Thank you very much, Martin. Yes, okay. We can allow him to go, but as he leaves, I'll tell you the power of coming together as a people. When we did our first project in Zimbabwe last year, I'll come to it also quickly, he had created a position of cybersecurity in the bank. Yeah. So when we were just having a conversation, he said, I've created a position of cybersecurity, and I don't know if anyone here has done IT in that position.
And one member had actually done that position, rather had studied that at uni. He said, you send me your papers. I don't know what followed after, but I'm trying to show you the power of us coming together. Yeah? Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Back to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you please stand up? We're going to have a 5 minutes break. You can decide to stretch, but give me 2 minutes of your 5 minutes. Please make room for yourselves. Make room. I know we have sat for too long, and we have just exactly 54 minutes, and we shall be out of here. Those who came in while people were speaking, you're very welcome. Please do not miss the opportunity to register so that we have your details, because we want to get back to you. Do you have enough room to be able to stretch your hands? You're going to stretch both hands. Unfortunately, I have to hold the mic, but assume both my hands are stretched. Now, I don't know what shoes you're wearing, especially my sisters. If you're wearing high heels, first remove them, because you are going to have to try standing on your toes. Try standing on your toes, and try standing on your toes for the longest time. While you're doing that, stretch your hands up. I hope you are on your toes. Yes. Now we're going to try getting our hands down and bending while we're on our toes. Can you do that? Try. Try. Okay. How many of you have done so? Faithfully, God is seeing you, Manangi. God is seeing you. And you know, okay. Again, I was going to say something, but thank you. Again, up. Now let's our feet back down to our normal positions. Thank you very much. I can see people actually moving down. Our hands still up, please. Yes. Now we're going to move our hands straight up. And then now we're going to try and touch our toes. Yes. I hope you're not in front of a desk. Move out of the desk. Move out of the desk, please, if you can. I don't know how many of you have ever touched your toes the last time you touched your toes. Bending. Back up. Some people are cheating us. They are seated. They are not doing as I am requesting. It's not a command, it's a request. Back up. Our toes. Let's touch our toes. Keep your fingers there. You know, as you're doing that, your back, some of you don't do these things, but your back is stretching and things like that. Keep there. Back up. What do they call this? Standing akimbo? Huh? At ease. And this is? Attention. Very good. Mwasuma. So at ease. At ease is when your feet are apart. Attention is when they are together. So at ease. Now, some of us who are scouts, you'd actually do that. Make sure you stamp your foot. Then, so I want us to do that as well. Now, for this time, you're going to be scouts. If you don't do it, then you know you're not a scout. Only for now. So at ease. Attention. At ease. Attention. At ease. Attention. I've forgotten. They used to say, was it in Kiswahili or in exactly about turn? So I want to when they say about turn, which side do you turn? Left, right, left. Always right. Oh no, it cannot be. It must be. So yes, so it is. You turn left, you don't turn right. So attention. At ease. Attention. At ease. At ease, can you turn right? Can you turn left? So about turn. You first go to attention, then you turn. Yes. So at ease, attention, at ease, about turn. Okay, nabi tundu tundu. Okay, let us try in slow motion. At ease, attention, at ease, attention, about turn in slow motion. Some people are actually correct, man. Others timed 360. It is supposed to be 180. Yes. So we are supposed to actually be facing this way. Huh? About turn. What is about turn? Halfway. Exactly. So if, I'm the instructor. Listen to the instructor. I'm the instructor. Ladies and gentlemen, I am still the instructor. Please listen. So we're all facing that way. It is quarter way. So about turn, where are we going to face? That way. Huh? Behind us. Yes, exactly. Where you're going to face where your back is. So about turn. I did not hear the foot stamping. Another about turn. Very good. I want a better stamping of the foot. About turn. We are getting there. And lastly, about turn. Very good. Please clap yourselves. Now, before we actually sit, let me take this opportunity to invite Alex Mune, our vision bearer and founder. A hand clap, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Derek Okumu. Please have your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. You know what Derek is just telling me, part of our core values as we love Uganda is time management. Before we got up to this point, by the way, when we just began in 2018, I'm proud to say this, that day when we launched, it was 2nd of June 2018, we were only 27 people in the room. After I had called everyone in my phone book, yes? But the people who showed up were my friends, close friends, brothers. Some of them just said, why? What will happen if Alex doesn't see me there? You know? But like Jerry said, the team we have now, we are more than determined to see these things happen. Yeah? Look at us now. Of course, now we are now 1,369 strong as of close of business yesterday. Yeah? So I am proud of us. I am proud of us. We are growing every day. But also, we are going every day, so we are also looking for a member. Yeah? And while I say this, guys, I want to appreciate everyone you've seen standing here. All these members from the board of directors to the advisory board to the leaders, we are all volunteering. Yeah? So please appreciate these people for me. We are all very busy people. I don't know if Derek will get all the board chair will go through their CVs quickly as it closes. But also, I cannot start my presentation without inviting the leaders of With Love Uganda to come and stand here with me. Yeah? So leaders, wherever you are, quickly, please. And leaders, in With Love Uganda, leaders are quick. Whoever leader is walking slowly, I don't know how you became a leader, but brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, while the leaders come, by the way, no, I will talk about that after. So these are our leaders. You've been hearing beautiful melodies, voices calling you over the phone. And these are the people. We're only missing two. One had the sister's wedding in Hoima. She couldn't be here. Most of us know her, Edith. She's also our welfare. Then Graham. Graham also has a function that he leads in Cavalry. So he couldn't be here, and the apologies are really many. So let me give them an opportunity so that you confirm whether the voice you are hearing in your phone is actually the people that were calling you. And part of what meanwhile these people are volunteering, guys, yeah? Part of what we decided to do as with Love Uganda, because we realized we have very many sleeping giants, one. Two, but we also realized that we need to keep our members updated, yeah? Some check the WhatsApp, and I want to encourage us to keep looking in the WhatsApp groups because a lot of information passes there. But part of what this team is doing now is to be your first contact person. Yeah, in case you have a question, you have a query, you're not understanding, if you think something has been posted and you need clarity, your leader should be the first contact person, and that's why it's important to save their numbers. Yeah, now we are growing. Earlier on, I was doing all this work, and now these people have taken it up. And we keep having meetings every Tuesday, and then we're saying, how is it? And their reasons are exciting, yeah? So let me give them an opportunity, each to just say hello and say what.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vivian Mwanga Susan. I'm a mom and a leader in WLU, and I'm happy to see you all.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pamela Emo, a leader in With Love Uganda, handling again T-shirts, IDs. You're just very safe with me. Thank you for coming. I'm happy that you're here.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Jelly Twine Paire, and when you hear voice of, I'm calling from With Love Uganda, it is me. Thank you.
Oh, just to mention quickly, these people have jobs, by the way. So when they make off time, that tells you the commitment. For example, Jolie traveled all the way from, yesterday she came from Masindi, because she works for Airtel, and she mans about 3 districts for Airtel. So she has very many people under her, but she still takes up the role and the time to call us. So I think we need to appreciate these people.
Yes, I'm Katsune Mathias, a WLU leader. I think my members are here. I'm glad you're here, and let's walk the talk.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Edgar Akamplida. I am also a leader and a platinum member.
Good to see you all. My name is Cecilia Jacob Ochai, aka Celia J. Dola.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Julius Ahimbisiwe. I'm with Love Uganda leader. I believe there are so many members that I encouraged to come here today. I'll be so glad to connect with you after here. We have a lot to talk about. I'm so happy that we have good numbers today. It's a special day because we're going to unveil one of the biggest projects for With Love Uganda. Let us keep the With Love Uganda dream alive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. These people keep me strong. They are my pillars, part of my pillars, very strong people. Before they go, I want to also introduce to us Cecilia, our first employee in With Love Uganda. our admin clerk, and she's really doing an amazing job. Yeah? Yeah. So we are growing every day, and I can assure you next year it's going to be different. That I can assure you. So thank you very much, our beautiful and handsome leaders. I know men can't say handsome, but because of what I am doing, allow me to say. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here today and now because of this. Yeah, you've been seeing a lot of vibe communication going through the groups about the With Love Uganda Satellite City, and today is 2nd of December 2023. Yes, and we're here to launch this and now. Yeah, it's exciting. The numbers have increased. Not to my expectation, although we have many members also online, but we have another strategy that we are going to employ as well, so that by next, we hope to have another meeting for people who will buy into the city for one reason or two that I'll mention, and I can guarantee you the numbers will more than quadruple. Yeah? So quickly, before I go into my presentation, I want to honor and welcome the gentlemen. You heard me speak about investors earlier, yes? We have a team of people, members, strictly members. When this idea came about of the satellite city, we had done zero last year, which started in May 2021. We have a member, our advisory board chairman, Dr. Waro. He's supposed to be here, but unfortunately he has an important function. He has never missed a With Love Uganda function, by the way, apart from today. For those who have been attending, however few we are, and you've been seeing the photos, Dr. Waro has never missed. Today he's sad, but he had to. But he had 120 acres of land in Zirowe. He's retired, yeah? So he said, now my land is going to be eaten up by squatters. We have been looking for a buyer. I am privileged to call myself his son. I'm not a biological son, but he's my dad, really, you know. I've learned a lot from him. He's a very diligent man. So he spoke to me among the people he knows and he trusts, because I know quite a number of people. He said, why don't we get, the land was a bit expensive, more than 2 billion shillings. So an idea hit me. I said, but wait, we have a family. By then we were just about 860 members. I said, but we have a family of With Love Uganda. We are 860. I requested him to give me an opportunity to talk to the members, and we do an estate. Yeah, because remember, we are looking for land also for With Love Uganda Hospital. Earlier, when we spoke about this, because he decided to give it up, he was doing farming in this land. He decided to give it up because of COVID. Now we had to move back to Mbarara, and then he said, you know what, after COVID, let's sell off. So I told him, we have a family. Why don't you give me an opportunity? I earlier told him, why don't you give With Love Uganda an opportunity? So at every money we collect, it was little, by then we're collecting about 5 million per month, you know. We give it to you. He said, you're going to kill my money, which is understandable, of course. So later, an idea hit me. I said, why don't we give this opportunity to members, but also secure some land for With Love Uganda. At that point, we have just bought 7 acres of land in Busika. We have land. Meanwhile, all of you are here. When I say With Love Uganda, I mean every individual. Each of us who is here. You are With Love Uganda. Yes? So that came about, and then I called a few members. I just called I had a list of 100. I said, let me quickly call a few members. And before I could even get to 60, in 4 days, 120 acres had been taken up by members, which was exciting. Long story short, I said, you know what, we've secured land now for our hospital. How do we grow numbers in With Love Uganda? Because we also stand the risk. We have grown. We are now 5 years. We celebrated our 5th anniversary in June, but the function was done in August, yes? So I said we also stand the risk. We have members who have been there from the beginning. So as the vision bearer, I'm always under pressure, so that people who have been there also have to see growth. Yes? Do you agree with me? Because you don't want people to continue contributing and say, until when? now 10 years. So even the few that have been strong with you will eventually fall off. And me, I told myself, this dream that you see here has to come. Whether you like it or not, whether we are 5, whether we are 10, like Jolie said, it has to come to pass. I gave my life to this. I said it will happen. I actually want to also thank my wife. She has stood with me in so many things. She can stand up just for recognition. You don't want to have a husband who comes home, sleeps at 4 a.m. He's home, but then has to wake up sleeps at about 3, has to wake up at about 5, then go back to sleep at 7. If you're not a strong wife, you can leave. So I appreciate her for that as well. Yes, so I said, I always have to think ahead of the events, yes? I have to think ahead of events. So I said, now that Zimbabwe alone gave us 350 new members, people who joined because of the Zimbabwe project. So I had to think again and said, this is good, this is encouraging. So people, of course, we are human beings. Not all of us are visionary. Everyone who is in Love Uganda, by the way, you're visionary members. Yeah? Just like me, we're all visionary people. So I said, what can we do? We already have a project that's supposed to be organized living, organized community, yes? So I said, what can I do? What can we do? Something similar to that will attract the numbers, yes? So quickly I said, let's amplify our organized living and amplify it into a With Love Uganda satellite city. Remember, whatever we do, and why we called it With Love Uganda is we have everything we're doing, we do it out of love for ourselves first and our country. You cannot do something, that's why every project we want to do has to be on international standard, something that can compete internationally. Because we love ourselves, yeah? So I said, why don't we amplify it into a With Love Uganda satellite city? And the condition, as we shall understand quickly, for you to buy into our city and be a member and enjoy whatever we're going to set up here, you have to be a member. This time, there's even no negotiation. In the beginning, when I was starting, I used to even call members to beg, you're 10,000 Wanange. My brother, collecting 500,000 a month was difficult, you guys. The beauty is all these statistics are on our website. When you go on our website, you're able to see how much we've collected from the beginning up to this point yesterday. Yeah? So it was a struggle saying, Banange, Amos, my brother, you're 10K. But then, of course, my brothers one day would pay. They don't want me to look at them badly when we have a family meeting. So I kept pushing. Then we started getting to 1 million shillings. Getting to 1 million shillings per month. Yeah, without struggles. We rose to 2 million, 3. Now we have people who are taking up serious responsibilities in With Love Uganda and they're keeping time. So we said, now, quickly I can inform you that last month alone we collected more than it was about 14.2 million shillings. Yeah? So you can see how the numbers are going. I can assure you by end of this December we are going to start hitting records. Yeah? So quickly, I thought about this. I said, why don't we do a satellite city? Sometimes even me, I think I get a bit crazy. No, I don't care. I said, I've sold myself to this. So I started moving around. December 2022. I started looking around, looking for land. I started looking for land where we can sit our satellite city. Long story short, we found a beautiful piece of land because when you're doing something like this, I also had to do a bit of study, what can attract people into a city. You know what a city looks like, a satellite city, a self-sustaining city. So of course it has to be not more than 50 kilometers out of the CBD. Yeah? Something that people can access. Fortunate enough, I was privileged to find 2 square miles, slightly more. There are 1,309 acres of land in Mukono. Yeah? I did I quickly, of course, did my background search. You cannot run a project like this and risk people's money, your own money, without being sure that the person you're dealing with is actually the owner of the land. Yeah. So I did all kinds of background search, UISB, called people who I know. You know, also my space, and With Love Uganda, by the way, has given me a platform. I've met so many people in With Love Uganda who I didn't know before, who hold different positions. So I am privileged to call some in security who are members and say, can you help me with this person? This is what we are doing. Let's find out that I'm not being fed, and I also don't risk members' money to be fed. So we did our background search and it was perfect. Now this is where our investors come in, and I want to request all of us who are here, who have made the time to come, kindly walk up to the front. I can see you, all of you here. Please walk here, and I'll explain why these people, we call them investors, and why they are here. Please, investors, show some energy, guys. Yes. Mr. Chairman, you're not going to remain seated, please, please. Is that all apart from Martin Kanjoka and Mam Miller who left? I think I can comfortably say they are strong. We are about 22 people. Now, of course, when I found the land, WLU up to this point, we don't have the financial capacity to buy because it's in billions of shillings. Yeah. So it was a lot of money, but me, I'm never intimidated. So I said, no, we have a team of people. We have strong members. By the way, you guys don't play with WLU. These people that you see here, you might see them in T-shirts, you know, but we have people who are members paying their 10K religiously. I think I can comfortably say all of them here are platinum. None of them has arrears, but some are a few shillings to platinum. Yeah, and I've had commitment saying before we leave I have to be a platinum member, because when they say platinum members stand up, they are not. So quickly I started making phone calls and requesting to meet these people. These are all With Love Uganda members. Very busy people, but I phoned them, called them, sold them the dream first. This is what With Love Uganda, this is what I want us to do. More importantly, to attract the numbers. Yeah, we have a target to achieve with this city, to get a minimum of 15,000 members to join With Love Uganda through this. Quickly, if you can do the math on your phone, that is 150 million shillings per month in collections. Yeah, I'll talk about that when we get there, but I think you can see where we're headed to. Just hitting that target, we are not going to beg people to join us. In fact, now to join us, we shall first see, are you tucked in? Are your shoes clean? Can you smile? Can you greet a fellow member properly without, you know? Because also, part of what we want to do, we want to spread love. This is a beautiful country, you people. When you travel and you hear people, the countries are freezing, there's a what? No, I think Eden was here. I think the Garden of Eden was here, clearly. And that's why we are lazy, by the way. And now we are not lazy. Everyone who is in this room is not lazy. But, and I'll use this example in Zimbabwe. Why Africans and Ugandans in particular we are a bit lazy is you can go to your brother's house, you can walk to the garden and pick food and eat, and your stomach is full. So you won't mind about anything else. When we went to Zimbabwe, people picked jackfruit. We have photos. They are eating jackfruit and we are making merry. People were happy. You see these people here, they are CEOs, they are big people in offices, but they were eating fene. I said this is good. Yeah, so quickly, we needed
reasonable sums of money to deposit on this land in Mukono. Yeah, I didn't have that money personally. It is something. It's a lot of money. So I called up people. I said, "Can you risk with me? These are members." I sold them the dream, and I needed them to come up with serious money within 2 weeks. Hey, Mr. Evans, sir, don't hide. Please come. You are an investor. Please come, Evans. And we are not going to continue until you're here. Evans, Barikudemba, I will say all your names. It's supposed to be here. We are 22 people, but some either time management were supposed to be here. So I called up these people. I said, I need a certain amount. It was money, you guys. It is not just cheap pocket change that you can find with everyone in a day in 2 weeks. Yeah? That's why Martin said, I don't have that money. But because of this Love Uganda, in 2 weeks I'm going to raise that money. In fact, he told me, Alex, I'm going to just give you 50%. How can you ask me for that money and you want it in 2 weeks? Even though I'm a member. But I'm actually very proud to say, and I'm very grateful to these people for trusting me, trusting my craziness, and they're also crazy now, and we pulled this off, yeah? But now Martin, instead of 50, first sent me the 50 in the first week. Then he called me before we ended and said, hey, how far? Because we made a small group for updates. I told him, he asked me, have you raised all the money? Because I had a very short time. We are using lawyers. I've seen Bill working here. He's our With Love Uganda lawyer and a member, and was there from inception. Bill Mamawi, are you here, sir? Please stand up. Please stand up. Bill is also sits on the board. Yeah, sits on the board of directors. So we are safe, guys. We are safe. And I will not forget to mention we are strictly non-political and non-religious. We make sure we stay out of those lines. Why? Because those are the biggest controversial topics in the world. Yeah. Derek said atheists, even though I'm atheist, for us, we welcome you. We don't mind. But while we begin, we always begin and close with a prayer because we recognize that there's a God. Yeah. We don't care whether you're Muslim, whether you're Christian, Catholic, whatever it is, we begin with a prayer and we close. And we don't give an opportunity, we just give an opportunity to anyone. It's random. So quickly, I called up these people. I said, guys, I need these amounts of money in 2 weeks. Because after meeting the gentleman, the owner of the land, it's an organization, they gave me certain amounts of money to pay, to secure, because I requested for 6 months. You have to pay up the balance. So I called this team, and in 2 weeks, guys, I think we struggled a bit for 2.5 weeks, but we were able to raise that money and secure this land. So that's why I'm calling them investors. They are With Love Uganda members, one. Secondly, they're also buying into the satellite city. Yeah? So we already have, and one of the commitments, when you see some names on our main highways, it's going to be because of these people. I had to honor them. Yeah? Yeah. So let them just say hello, how are you, and then they sit, please.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Adele. I'm a Regional Market Manager and Human Capital Manager for Betway Africa. I sit here though. I'm excited about this. How we met is a whole different story, but I think it was through my YouTube channel that I put out there, and this dream will come to pass.
Once again, David Amiti, I'm the chairman of the board. And like Martin said a little earlier, I could not miss out on this opportunity.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Wakuzi Didas Mufasha, a lawyer. When he contacted me, I looked at him up and down, and I built trust. I said, this man is trustworthy. So I said, let me deal with him. So let's work together and have this city a reality. Yes, thank you so much.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Kate Namara. I work with Speak Group of Hotels as senior sales and marketing executive. Yeah, one thing I've learned from Alex, he doesn't give up. I had contributed a bigger part of what he had asked me. Like, he's like, Kate, can you raise something small? It was small, like 1%. I was like, Alex, I'm going to. Afterwards, like, I think I should apologize to Alex because it was something small, like, but I've learned, you people, we should always look forward. This man doesn't give up, and we are seeing where we are going.
Martin Aliga is my name, and I am a platinum. I think maybe I'm one of the few that has a little bit of shillings to make it to platinum. I work for the government of Jersey in the Channel Islands. I work as a child development officer, a child care officer. So we support young people who are vulnerable. And being part of this vision is not an accident for me. I think I have been in that frequency. And so when this idea came to me right from the start of the 10K, I was like, 10K was just convincing, first of all, per month. And then the other things, when you ask Alex, then you're just opening a can of goodies, not a can of worms. So he was very convincing. And when it came to this idea, I can tell you I first sent him to how big was that land that you went to? It was 8 square miles. There was an 8 square mile. And he went there, very far in that side of Kayonga. I'm like, this guy is such a go-getter. But anyway, we've ended where we are, and I'm very glad to be part of this team that has contributed the seed money to this project. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Noela Owaro, and I am a physician with IDI. I actually represent myself and my very close friend, Dr. Letitia Kampire, who is in Durban, South Africa, who is also part of this group. Thank you, Alex, for dreaming for us.
Praise God, everyone. My name is Evans Barikudembe, and I'm from Olives Expeditions. We do logistics and travel. But when Alex came to me, he didn't need to convince me. I like to believe that it's better sometimes to be ignorant on fire than wise on ice, because for me this wasn't something that I needed to think about, that I know what it can do for our country. And you know, I love Uganda so much. I've been to many countries, but I love Uganda most. So I didn't need the convincing, and I do believe our children will be proud of us one day. Thank you.
So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please, you can have your seats. Mr. Time Check, what time is it, sir? Hey, quickly, guys, you needed to see these people at least, yeah? Yeah. So, and also to have the comfort that the land is secured for us. We have a balance to pay, which we shall pay when members purchase these plots, yeah? And they will. I am telling you, I'm very confident. From the phone calls I've received, I've spoken to some of our people we have another very strong person who sits up there in Absa Bank. And Martin, I said in case, just in case, we don't hit the numbers through members. By the way, members, let me mention this. You are with Love Uganda. This is your responsibility. For With Love Uganda to go, it doesn't just fall on me. Yeah? And I'll mention that as we go. So I said plan B, just in case we don't get the numbers quickly to pay off the balance. I spoke to them, they're in banks, and I said give an opportunity to your employees. So they are ready to send me to all branches in the country and partner with Love Uganda to give loans to their employees. One, to join with Love Uganda, but also to buy into the city. Yeah? So sit comfortable, drink your water. This is happening. Guys, I can never start my presentation without mentioning this. This was Abraham Lincoln. He said a very powerful statement that resonates with his love Uganda and my beliefs as a person. Yeah? And it says the best way to predict your future is to create it. There is no way you're going to wake up and the car just shows up in your compound and it tells itself that, sir, you're my owner. You know? And then the house shows up and it says, and then the roads are nice and then everything just happens just like that. And by the way, part of what we are doing as With Love Uganda is to change mindsets. We have a very good expert. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here because she has a training and she sits on the board. That is part of her docket. Belinda commentary. She's very, very exposed when it comes to these things. So the board is still going. We have a lot of work. That's why if you've been noticing in the groups, these people, because they are busy, we said even our Sunday where we say let's go to church and go home and be with family, they committed that time and said let's find a time on Sunday and we come here to brainstorm about With Love Uganda and put certain build policies to make it strong. Yeah? So we are going every day. So the best way to predict your future is to create it. And that's what we are doing with the satellite city. That's what we are doing as With Love Uganda. Yeah? Like Jolie said, we can't keep crying, keep complaining, oh, it's our government at Uyambe. And by the way, as With Love Uganda, one of our notions is to take up responsibility. It starts with you and I. What are you doing as a Ugandan? Why are you playing the blame game? So in With Love Uganda, we don't blame. We don't blame the government, we don't blame the leaders, we don't blame people who colonized us. No. It starts with you and I. You're the problem. Why are you not going to a very good hospital? Why don't you drive a very nice car? Why do you have to drive DMCs? We have to drive new cars. And if that doesn't happen, it is your problem. Not your leader, not your father who died, not your grandfather who didn't work hard, not your children who you've given birth to so many children hoping that they look after you, yet you fail to look after them. We are changing that mindset. So in With Love Uganda, it begins with you and I, and that's why our target is 1 million members for 10 billion to invest. So that's what we are doing here. And quickly, let me talk about the satellite city concept. Yeah? The satellite city concept happens like this, and this is With Love Uganda, by the way. If you all know Uber versus cab services, I like giving these examples for our betterment and understanding. Before Uber came in Uganda, we used to pay a lot of money. From here, say KANJOKYA to town, the guy would negotiate for about 60K or 70,000, and you're begging him, no, and the guy would say, no, if you don't have 60. And most of us remember they used to park around where. But then when Uber came, a destructive innovation, you can actually get into a cab from here to the city center at about 7,000 shillings. Do you know why? I'm going to tell you why. WhatsApp versus ordinary SMS. When we used to send SMSs, you guys, some of us who had phones for long ago, I think should clap for us. Because, because it sustained these companies. They'll charge you 200 shillings, 100, then they started coming down to 50 shillings. You had to load airtime to send a message. Yeah? Then now the numbers started growing, then they started giving us bundles. You pay 500 shillings, you get 50 messages. And the people who were getting married at that time enjoyed that service because they paid for very many messages so that they benefit. Yeah? Then WhatsApp came. Because of data, you don't even know how many messages you send in a day. You can never attach a price. I think it's even 0.1 of a shilling if you to break it down in terms of shillings. From 200 shillings to 50 shillings that you used to send, now it's it's not even a shilling. It's not even 1 shilling per SMS, per message you send on WhatsApp. Then we come to airtime bundles versus service fee. You guys, we paid service fee. There is no way you'd make a phone call Even though you have airtime of 10,000, 20,000, as long as your service fee is finished. Anyone here on 772, please raise your name. I just want to see people who paid service fee. These are people who, they can attest. So I am not talking about magic. Yeah? So we used to pay service fee, and then it would last for a month. Now you had to have two. Either you have, when you have airtime and don't have service fee, you can't make a call. Whether you have service fee and you don't have airtime, you can't make a call. So some of us even had phones that would light here. You would know the person is coming from the Kathinge, Ericsson, for those who remember Ericsson. Yeah? But now look at what the numbers have done. Do you know why these things are no longer there? Service fee, what, airtime? Actually, well, as we speak right now, you can pay 10,000 and you buy calling minutes. Unlimited calls. Now they've given us combos, what we call combos, where you go, you load on your phone. Now you don't have to have MTN and Airtel. Us business people, I have two phones. You know why? Because it's cheaper to call people on Airtel using an Airtel line. And it was cheaper to call people on MTN using an MTN line. So you are forced to have two phones. They see you walking like this, but the phones are heavy. But now that is changing. You can buy a bundle. I'm marketing for these people, but they're our partners. I don't know whether they'll give me juice. KOLLAB. So now you can buy airtime, both on MTN and Airtel, and you can call all networks for the whole month. Hajjoli works in Airtel. Ndikuba kalangu. Yes. So you can buy. Do you know why this is possible? I'll leave it to you to go and find out how many people are subscribed to both MTN and Airtel. They are in millions. So it means because of the volumes of money that are coming in, you think they love you because probably they know your grandfather or your mother. They don't. But they are making much more money now compared to then. But why was that also? You don't blame them. They are business people. The company had to remain sustained so that they're able to get to this point. Yeah? So quickly, and that is the satellite city concept. That is the With Love Uganda city concept. We are mobilizing members, each paying the least amount of money, 10,000 shillings, so that we are able to achieve these things. And they are possible. Why I boast about With Love Uganda, it's because it's logical. Anyone can say these things. Yeah? Anyone, I've had my children 4 and 5 years. They're talking about $1 trillion, million something. When you do the math of 10,000 times 10,000 shillings times 1 million people, guys, that is 10 billion shillings per month. You cannot go wrong. You can never go wrong, and each of us will benefit greatly. Yeah? So I don't want us to be short-sighted. I need us to look beyond. So quickly, and that's the concept for With Love Uganda. We are pulling members together so that it's easier to do these things. Yeah? Also, I'll give you a hint as I conclude. I still have, I think, about 5 minutes before I call the experts to come and take us through after the launch. I've lost my line of thought, sorry. So With Love Uganda, the concept is to pull members together with one goal in mind, with one focus, and we'll be able to achieve. Yeah? So quickly, this is the new kind of selfish. And that's the mindset change we are having as With Love Uganda. The old was every man for himself and God for us all. That's why you have someone who builds a very nice house and he puts a very high wall, and the beauty of the house is killed. You can't even see the kind of house the man has built. You know? But why? Our new permanent secretary for finance, who happens to be my teacher. I did MOOBS. I did BBA at MOOBS. He was my teacher, taught me economics. Very smart guy. He said that our economy for now, and that's why I'm saying for now, because With Love Uganda is changing that. Us who are here, we're changing that. He said Uganda is where the rich man doesn't sleep, but even the poor man doesn't sleep. because the rich man has built a very beautiful house, a high wall, put electric fencing, has bought dogs, has an askari with a gun, but when he goes to sleep and hears something knocking on the roof, he wakes up. Put security cameras, but anything that knocks on the wall, you're forced to. Also, the poor man is saying, how can I get into that fence? You know, we are trying to do away with all that. We are all human beings. We are all equal. Yes? Let the least person be, let our difference be our bank account balance that we know to ourselves and our spouses. But let's all enjoy the same services. And that's what we are doing in With Love Uganda. Yeah? Meanwhile, things I'm talking about, it's not magic. It has happened in the first worlds. I had a friend in Norway, unfortunately passed away just before COVID, a very elderly man. He was a Norwegian, and he used to boast. He used to tell me, see, Alex, here, whenever he wants to go for medical checkup, he would go back to Norway. Yeah? But he says whenever he would go to the hospital, the government pays you. This is on record, you can Google. The government pays you for coming to the hospital, just for your checkup. Yeah? I am not blaming this on our government, get me right. Yes? Remember, With Love Uganda, we are the problem, the members, not the government, not anyone. So he would say, whenever he feels a bit just wanting some free money, he would go to the hospital, just for a checkup. Yeah? So we want to redefine these things, and they are possible. They are possible. Yeah? So now the new, and this is With Love Uganda, the new, we look internally with one goal in mind, and that is With Love Uganda. Yes? Perceive what we have for our own benefit. If we build this city, the roads are beautiful, the homes are nice, the environment is good, we are going to have a golf course there, you can walk, you can do whatever you want. Wouldn't it give you pride as an individual, yet we did it collectively? I think really, this is the new kind of selfish. Yeah? So, I want to encourage us. And for this, by the way, it takes me to my new slide, my last slide before I unveil the plan and then request the experts to come. A hint. I just want to give us a hint on what I talked about, being coming together with one goal in mind. Yeah. The target is 15,000 members. Yeah. This is our target. You know, when you set a target, you can either achieve it, go beyond it, or fall a little short. Yeah. Do we all agree? But this is our target for this city, for people to join us because of this city. We are targeting 15,000 members. Yeah. Now, next year, after the experts are done with refining whatever they are doing, come up with BOQs, bills of quantities, to see how much each house is going to cost, how much our city is going to cost. Roughly, we're just saying, then get a contractor on board. I said, quickly, if we can, this is not cast in stone, I'm just giving you a hint of what is going to happen next year. And that's why I mentioned and said, once the experts are done, we shall call for another big meeting. Of course, it's going to be bigger than here, to unveil a plan that is going to help us achieve our WLU city. Both for those who have bought in and those who haven't bought in, it's going to benefit all of us. Yeah? So let's say those who have bought in are 15,000. Yeah? When you do the math on your phone, 300,000 shillings. If we say, guys, whoever has bought your plot of 50 by 100, you has bought a plot of 100 by 100, those who have bought half an acre, yes, let's say the minimum person who has bought a 50 by 100, because, I mean, you can't raise 6 million, and we are showing you a beautiful home that is going to be owned by you. We did a survey quickly. We did a survey, 2017 for the hospital, then later for the housing. We realized our population, most of us are young people, but even those who are slightly above 50, and Ugandans, by the way, we love nice things. We really love nice things. Yeah? We realize we spend a lot of money in rent. Every month, 1.5, 1 million, 800, 500, 300,000. If you do this month in how much you spend in rent for 30 years, 15 years, before you build your own house, guys, it is a lot of money. Yeah? No offense to the landlords and landladies we have here, but when you're leaving after 20 years of renting, the landlord cannot say, or landlady, they cannot say, at least kale twala amadini sanezi jotandikira oku. They cannot. In fact, if anything, they would say, enyumba yange gireke nga bwe wagisanze. Leave my house the way you found it. You'll need to end up painting, doing this. And they are right, they are business people. Sentes are away. You can't blame them, and I don't blame them, because even me, I hope to be a landlord. Maybe I'm one already, I don't know. So we said, if we contribute, if we have 15,000 people who have bought land in the satellite city, the minimum person who has bought, not a minimum person, don't get me wrong, but the person, maybe that's what they want. You know, we are different. I could have a lot of money, but want small space. I don't need the big space. For what? Yeah? Then me, I have little money, but I want very big space. Everyone is free to do what they want. So we are saying whoever has bought let's say the smallest plot, which is 50 by 100, then we say contribute 300,000. Then the one who has bought, say, 100 by 100, contribute 450. Those who have bought half an acre, maybe because you have more money, maybe you can contribute, say, 600,000. These are examples. But I did the average, the least amount, and said if the 15,000 people, we each contributed 300,000 shillings per month. The idea here is to construct our city. When you do the math, that comes to 4.5 billion shillings a month. Do you know that if you ask me for 4.5 billion shillings to give it to you right now, I'll first look at you and say, okay, yes, I'm a dreamer, but you want it now, 4.5 billion. Even me, I will wonder whether you're from Butavika or you're fine. But you can imagine we can collect it per month if we have one goal in mind. Do you see where I'm coming from? 4.5 billion, I don't know if we have contractors here. If we got a contractor, Kathy's Antman, Carol is a contractor, and our surveyor. They have a construction company. If we got 4.5 billion per month, we got a contractor who has capacity, or who can go to the bank, or we can even go to the bank and show the bank that we have capacity of collecting 4.5 billion per month and we pay it to you. Can't you construct our houses? Can't you construct our city? And we pay you this amount of money per month, whether it takes us 20 years to complete, whether it takes us 30 years to complete, who wouldn't want, and we give them a target. For us, we want our houses in probably 5 years. Yeah? We can enter those houses, instead of paying 1 million, instead of paying 300, instead of paying 400 per month to a landlord, can't you take up your house? Pay 300,000 even though it takes you 20 years, but you're living in your house. I think you see what numbers can do. I think you see what it means when we have one goal in mind, one focus, and one target. These we are going to refine once our technical team is done with designing the houses and they come up with bill of quantities. Part of what they are tasked to do is also to give us the cost of how much each house is going to cost. So from there, we shall be able to come up with a breakdown of how much each member can contribute so that we start construction. And I tell you, once people see trucks, hear trucks moving on the ground, constructing houses, whether they bought into the city or not, they will join to be with Love Uganda members. And that now will lead us to our target of 1 million people, collecting 10 billion per month. These people who are in the city paying 300,000 per month will not stop paying the 10,000 shillings per month. Because remember, our 10K goes to our hospital. Are you getting me? I hope I've not lost anyone. Our 10,000 that we are collecting, our first investment that we look at is to build the hospital. Yeah? So no one is going to be left out. Whether you're paying 10,000 and you've not bought into the city, it is okay. The hospital is going to create thousands and thousands of employment and business opportunities for all members. But we can come up with this strategy for members who have bought their plot of land. They are members continuing with their 10,000, but they also want to see the city come up. So we can concurrently run both. And that's the beauty of numbers. We have the experts, we have the ability, we have the talents. When I was trying to come up with the satellite city, I met a few brains. Part of the people, by the way, disturb a lot, is that gentleman called David Emitu. Please stand up again, sir. I think you had his CV, yeah? Derek will never forget one thing. Derek Opio is one of my best friends here. Please wave as well. Our MC. So Derek, one thing let me tell you, I'm sorry. These are this is a family now. Derek keeps bragging that when he was getting married, he was a younger man. He got married at a very young age, 27 years. Derek said when he was getting married, he called David. He knew David before me. By then, I think David was head of treasury, Nile Bank. He called him. David had 2 Mercedes Benzes for himself and his wife. Very nice cars. By then, driving a Mercedes. Even now, driving a Mercedes Benz in Kampala. Huh? Hey. Huh? So this man had it many years ago. Yeah? And he, of course, is a very kind person. So he donated his cars for free, and even I think drove, and drove Derek on his function. So these are the members we have. So even me, I'm riding on his kindness. That's why I'm telling you this story. I'm riding on his kindness, but because he's a very intelligent man, one, and he has studied the books. His SEC, I think you had his CV. So these are the people I disturb. I ask them, we want to do this. Do the numbers math? Is mathematics mathing? Some of us who didn't pass math, that's how we say, is mathematics mathing? So they are quick to see, they are quick to do the numbers, and then they give you confirmation. But after David also, I surrounded myself with a few other members like Martin, so that I also confirm what David is saying. Is David very clever the way he looks? You know, he's a very neat man. Is he very clever? Or let me also check him and see. But I'm very confident. For example, when I told Martin about this, immediately he pulled out his laptop. Immediately. And went to Excel. These guys are good with Excel. Even me there, I look and say, hey, mama. You know? So they do numbers quickly. Whatever you're telling him, the man is actually punching in. And he told he's an audit cyber expert. So he punched in, he said, this is going to be a hit for With Love Uganda. Let's do it. Yeah? So the numbers, guys, I'm going to employ each of us. The responsibility falls on us. If you're interested in buying a plot or being a With Love Uganda member, the onus is also on you to make sure you talk to your brother, sister, uncle, best friend, so that they join us. So that we achieve, that is the new kind of selfishness. Yeah? So that we are able to achieve this. With Love Uganda, I should mention, we are not a network marketing company. Yeah? Whereby, if Alex brings Jocelyn, Jocelyn brings Jolie, Jolie brings Derek, we are going to earn money. And that's why we've been fed, our hands have been burnt, me inclusive. Yeah? And that's why we don't get it. We want quick things that don't even make sense. With Love Uganda is very logical to even a child. You just do mathematics. 1 + 1 is equal to 2 + 2 is equal to, and that is With Love Uganda. And those are the numbers. And that is us here. Yeah? So, I've lost my line of thought. Sorry. So that is it. That's why we are looking for the numbers so that we are able to achieve these dreams, whether we like it or not, whether I also like it or not. By the way, we have reached as With Love Uganda. Even me, I cannot give up. Where we have reached. Imagine all of you who are in this room, and then someone calls you and says, the new vision bearer is David Emitu. Alex gave up. It cannot happen. It cannot happen. So where we have reached, there's no turning back. That is one. There's not, and we don't have plan B. It is plan A. Either With Love Uganda happens and works or it happens. There's no two ways about it. Yeah. And by the way, what we are doing also is building wealth for our children and our children's children. I am a Christian man, so the Bible says, no offense, we're not non-religious, but me from my background, the Bible says a wise man leaves an inheritance for his children and his children's children. That is with Love Uganda. I like what Evan said. Our children one day are going to be proud of us. Now, why we have brains like David Emitu and the board, I'll request David to go through their CVs. Some are watching online with their busy schedules. They are watching online. Why we have these brains is to build institutions, strong institutions, so that even when I'm dead or the board is dead or any of us here can no longer continue, with Love Uganda shall. And that's what we are doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, and now we are launching. Allow me to launch and show you. We still have a lot of work to do. We still have a lot of work to do. Some things are not yet done, but we have to launch and start the drive of getting the numbers so that we have it, because we have a short, limited time to pay off the balance. Yeah? And like I told you, like someone mentioned here, I don't give up. Whether we are few here today, we are going to purchase that land and this city is going to happen. So, allow me to unveil. So the model, what I'm going to display, what I'm displaying right now is our satellite city map and the zoning. Sorry, quickly. Oh, where are the experts here in IT to help me quickly? I'm trying to, I know what to do, sorry. And in With Love Uganda, we should never fear to ask for help, by the way. Should never. Yes. That's the beauty of coming together. Should never fear to ask for help. Yeah? Oh, I don't know if Martin will allow me, our brother from Jersey, to just give an example of the power of us coming together. When I think he had sent money some time back, and the money he had sent through a bank, one of the banks, and the money and his money was not reflecting on the account because he had a project. He has projects in Uganda, and he needed the money to be received by someone, yeah? But the money took longer than usual. So he called me from the UK, from Jersey, and said, Alex, don't we have a member in the bank? You know, I've sent money is not reflecting, what's happening? I told him, you relax, let me call. We have a member in that particular bank, and not one of the banks that I've mentioned, in that particular bank who sits in the finance department. I just phoned the guy. He said, give Martin my number. And I think I can confirm that within 2 hours, that money reflected on the account. So you can see, oh, brilliant. You can see the power of us coming together without saying, Empire Kintu Kidogo, you know? Without saying, first send me something if you want me to do this for you. No. And that's what we are changing as With Love Uganda. Let's have love for ourselves. Guys, as I invite the experts, led by Kathy Muyinda. This is, first of all, this is the map of our entire city. This is how it looks like. I am very proud to mention, by the way, that where our land is seated, it is only 9 kilometers from the intersection of the Southern Bypass. This is a road that some parts have already even been open. Some parts of the road, when you go to Nsambia, when you go to Queensway, part of this road has already is usable. Yeah? You see those flyovers? That is the Southern Bypass. And we are 9 kilometers away from there. When that Southern Bypass is open, hopefully in the next 5 years, by the time we also finish our construction and make the city habitable, you will only be less than 15 kilometers from Kampala. Less than 15 kilometers. Right now we have people who live in Jinja but work in Kampala, who still stay in Mukono where our land is and still work in Kampala. Right now, if you use the shortest route of Mukono, it will take you, I think it's about maybe 20 kilometers. But because of the traffic, I prefer using the Kayunga Road. So from Gayaza roundabout, guys, from Gayaza roundabout to our land, it's only 35 kilometers. You can live there and work in. It is nearer than in Entebbe. We have so many people, including one of my Musanjires. Musanjire in my language is someone you marry with in the same family. Yeah? Lives in Entebbe, works in Kampala. Musanji for the Baganda. Yeah? He lives in Entebbe, comes in Kampala. You know why now that is also very possible? Even before the Entebbe Expressway, it was possible. But now it's quicker. You can drive from Entebbe to Kampala and you get off the expressway in less than 20 minutes. Do you agree with me? For some of us who have heavy foot who love cars, you know I'm a car dealer, so I love cars. For some of us that car journey to Kalyabuli. With caution. Yeah, sometimes, I'm sorry, sometimes I become a bit stubborn. You'll forgive me. I'm a very law-abiding citizen, by the way. But sometimes some excitement comes in my heart, and then just katono. Yeah, so our city, even now, let's say there is no southern bypass, which is already we've seen it there. Let's just imagine it's not there. You can still live in Mukono, in our city, and still work in Kampala. We are organizing it to the level where we are going to have our own transport system from our city to Kampala, meaning we're going to have a park where you can drive your car, like the airport. Drive your car, leave it there, get into our organized buses. No, guys, this is with Love Uganda. We are going to have very nice transport where you can leave your car, go into the bus, connect to Wi-Fi, watch a movie for 20 minutes while you arrive, work in Kampala, get onto the next bus and back. One of the dreams that we have is with Love Uganda to set up the first electric train. And it will happen. It will happen. Yeah? So for now, that's what we have. And allow me, quickly, let me welcome. We have launched. So those who have money, some members told me they're coming with cash here today. So let me welcome the experts, led by Catherine Muyinda, the lady you see here. Catherine Muyinda is the Honorary Secretary of the Architects Association of Uganda. She has work experience of 19 years, counting, 15. She has work experience of 15 years. So we are not just guessing these things, guys. With Love Uganda, we don't guess. We are changing the notion. We are changing things, the way things happen in Uganda and in Africa. And we want people to come from around the world to see what we have done as with Love Uganda, what we have done. You know, part of what I want us to do is to have excellent spirits. Yeah? So Catherine here is leading her team. She will introduce her team. And when I got this idea, while I was looking for the land, Catherine also is one of our board directors in With Love Uganda. So I tasked her and some members who I already knew have these professions. I asked them, can you design, in your capacity, can you design a satellite city? Yeah? So it's different from this. That's why you're calling it selling addresses. It's different from these things of just buying real estate, buying a plot, and then wait for a call. Yeah? Then your neighbor comes and puts up a wall. Your car, you have to first put up a hand. She was using a very beautiful example. We had a meeting on Wednesday before this, and she said, she was explaining what she will explain, but let me steal your show, I'm sorry. She said, the roads, why she did them the way she did them, is to avoid these things of when you, before you turn, you fast forward, boop, boop, you don't know whether there's someone or not. They can't just in case. Huh? It's the same as what we used to do in the villages, I think up to now. When you're in the toilet and you hear footsteps, you put out your hand. So that someone can just fall in you there. So we are redefining all these things, and it's possible. We have the experts. So allow me to give Kathy the mic to take over from there. I think I can, after this, you tell me to plug out. Oh, I'm already, you see how efficient. So, Kathy, please, you can take over. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Alex. When you, with Alex, I like listening to people. You can listen to him the whole day. He talks, yeah? By name's Catherine Muyinda, I'm an architect. Yesterday we had our AGM where I was re-elected as the honorary secretary of the Uganda Society of Architects. This will be my 3rd term, yes. That's the last term. You take a break of 2 years and then you can go back. That's our constitution. So governance things and everything running of the Secretariat of Uganda Society of Architects is usually with the honorary secretary. But today, and so our names have the prefix arch. I know many of us call us architectures or whatever, but we are architects. So on my name, I have the prefix Arch Catherine N. Muyinda. If you go on our website, you'll find those details there. But today I wear a hat of With Love Uganda as a board member. And the project head, I was chanced by Alex to really be there at the really start of him looking for this land. Every land he saw, he would call me and say, when are you free? Come and we go to see this land, up to where we are now. When we saw this piece, each one of us was with him, just said, Alex, this one is the deal. Yeah, it has a few things, but for all the previous pieces of land we have seen, this one is what we should go for. So he had a team of people he traveled with. He did quite a lot of work from December up to when this land was bought. He was on the road driving his fuel, yeah? So we should appreciate him. Thank you, Alex, for dreaming. My task was to put together a team of people. For us, many of us do not know that we actually have the experts. We are celebrating so many cities, yeah? And us who have done this profession, we know the histories of these cities. They started with a willingness of people who came up and said, we must plan, and followed it to the letter, yeah? So I told Alex, our next project, let's do it properly, because we have the expertise. Let's put together our brains. This is a vision for With Love Uganda. I know what we need. So I just told him, when you're ready, you let me know, and I'll put together a team of people. We are apart here. We don't have the QS and the engineers because they will come on board later. This is the initial team. I'm going to introduce them, and then I'll allow them to give us the presentation. It's important to understand where this is a zoning master plan, yeah? It's important for us to understand why we have this. Where did we start from and all that, the history, yeah? So that when we are buying into this, we know what we are going in for. Yeah, what are those green things? What is what? Yeah. With me here, I have Tina. Tina is a senior planner. When we chatted with her, she was telling me how she's annoyed of some plans she has done that have not been implemented. The one of them is the Chira Kasangati Road. She has a profile. I don't want to talk about her. She's done so much planning. Currently, she's doing the urban plan with Mokono, which is going to receive this plan, which will eventually go to the National Fiscal Planning Board because this is beyond Mokono municipality for approval. This is 2.5 square miles. You can't approve it in the council. It goes to the National Fiscal Planning Board. So we needed her as a resource. She joined. When she saw the dream, she just said, you know what, I'm joining. She's now gold a month ago, backdated. Jim is a surveyor. When he got to know about this, I think in 3 days he was on ground surveying. We needed him to give us the contours because when you see the map, as Tina is going to explain, we needed to follow the contour profile of the land in order for us to minimize. These are really technical things. When we get into the details of the planning of the roads and all that, usually you follow the contour profile. So Jim was the first guy on ground. This is how you carry this kind of project. You start with those that are critical. Edgar there is our environmentalist. Edgar is one of our leaders. And I needed Edgar to come in and advise us. The land is bordered, I don't know if you can see here. Here, that's the river Seziwa. It is a famous river here. And then we have streams that pass through the land. You can't just come and develop this without having an environmentalist to advise you on what to put where and to advise you on what can be acceptable for this kind of planning. So most of what you're going to hear, I'll allow them to speak about the different aspects. Before I come in, I'll come in at the last because the architect deals with the micro planning. The urban planner deals with the macro planning. It gives us the zones and tells us this is where I want 50 by 100s. I want the storieds. I want the bungalows. I want some green. Macro. For us, we come in and say we want water harvesting here. We want roads here. I want this width here. I want this offsets here. And the house should look like or should face like this. The plot coverage. Really, really the minutest detail of plot planning. The engineers will definitely come and give us the quantities to do with the road. This time around, we want to plan everything from the word go because from the histories that we have done of cities that have been planned properly, this is what they went through. So we celebrate and see the work of some of, for example, in Uganda, we have the older planned cities, Fort Portal, wherever, Masindi. If you go there, you realize everything about those cities is different. The people who were doing the urban plannings of that era sat down to plan for those things. Somehow along the way, we have lost it, but we want to bring it back because we don't go to school for nothing. We are here to celebrate ourselves as Ugandans, but also start these things. Other countries have gone ahead of us. We are reading about profiles of different countries, our own neighbors. I mean, we keep celebrating them. I'm an architect, so I also sit on the East African Institute of Architects. I see what is happening around East Africa. Yeah, it's high time we did something. And for them, they start as if it is for themselves, and eventually, they are winning awards and a lot of things. And we are saying, but these are things we know. Why can't we come and do them here? So without wasting more time, I'll receive a phone call. I have to go out a bit. But I'm going to invite the initial people, Tina and Jim, to tell us. Jim will tell us the profile of the land quickly, what it is. And then Tina will come on to explain the zoning. After they are both done, Edgar will come and explain to us what we are going to look at in the environmental aspects of this project, which are now going to be seen in some of the prototypes that have been developed. As Alex has noted, this is work in progress. This is a lot of work, a lot of work. I know plans can take forever, yeah, but we are committed to seeing to it that this works for us. Anyway, thank you. Allow me welcome Jim and Tina to take us away. Edgar, I will call you.
Thank you, Kathy. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christine Nantongo, and I prefer to be called a physical or spatial planner. When you say urban, it fixes me in one direction. I cut across, I do both urban and regional planning. So I'm a gold member I joined about a month ago. Kathy called me to give my expertise on the plan, and on the way to visit the site, Alex wouldn't keep quiet. And when I saw the land, I said, what do I have to do? And I think that very day I made an initial deposit, and I intend to close this year as a platinum member. Oh, where did she put mine? Usually, we are the people, physical planners, we are the people that are always avoided. Why? They think we are restrictive and we are wasteful. But when things go wrong, we are the ones that get blamed first. Where are the planners? So I'm happy that with Love Uganda didn't want to go into that usual story of us crying after things have gone bad, and then we call on where? They need to see it. They need to see it. Yes, sorry. So in physical planning, we have quite a number of principles that we follow, and we also have guidelines. The area we are talking about that we are designing for our satellite city is quite big, and we can't do it outside the law. That's why Kathy was talking about us involving the leadership and the technical personnel at Mukono district, because now this land falls outside the municipality. So we are going to be dealing with Mukono district. We have to present our plans. Remember, our land or our satellite city is not an island. So what we do on our land affects our neighbors, and in the same way, what happens in the neighborhood will be affecting us. So in the ideal situation would have been for Mukono district to plan for all its land, okay? And then they tell us how to use this land. But you know our issues, there is not enough money to run all these things. There is that freedom for us to do the planning, but it must be guided by the authorities that be. So we don't want to be against what is there, but we have to follow the rules. So whatever we would have designed will have to go to now first Mukono district. We make them understand what we are doing, and they will check that our plan does not negatively impact on the rest of the building. But remember, imagine we are looking at about 5,000 plus plots in this satellite city. The amount of traffic that you're going to be generating in this area, the amount of waste that you will be generating, the amount of water that you're going to be consuming, and the impact on the natural resources within this area. It's not for us only, but also the people within Mukono. So we have to make sure that nobody is being impacted negatively by what we are doing in this satellite, so that we can peacefully coexist. So after the plan is drawn, we'll have now to take it to Mukono. Of course, we have already initiated contact to let them know we are doing something. We'll present it to them, and once we are good to go, this plan will go higher. There's a body, the National Physical Planning Board, that has to also scrutinize and see that we are really doing things the way they're supposed to be. And then once a plan has gone to the board and they give it a word go, it becomes law. It becomes law. So we can be sued if we go contrary, yes. Plans, once they've been passed and approved by the responsible bodies, become law. That is why you see when a building collapses and then they take you and then they bring out, what did the plan say? You are supposed to do 3 feet, you chose to do 1 foot, and that is why it has collapsed, so you're liable. So this plan of ours for the satellite city will become law, and it's the protection we have, by the way. If anybody did anything against us, that is what we use. But in the same way, if we impacted on other people by not doing as what the plan said, then we are also liable. That is how it works. I'll go through a few things briefly. We have a very beautiful piece of land, and it is a bit unique. We have about 3 major rivers going around and across our land. There's one at the border. We have one more or less in the center that divides the land into 2 sections, and also one towards the upper part of the land. The worry is because there is a big wetland, these greens that you're seeing around the major stream are wetlands. Usually people see wetlands as restrictive because don't build in the wetland, don't do this with your wetland, but they serve a purpose, which should actually not be fighting nature because it is there for us. There's a lot of work that happens in there. So when I was talking to Alex, I told him, I hope you're not going to fight this wetland. It serves a purpose to us. So the best thing we can do is to work with it and reap benefits from it, but also protect it. So what did we do? As we do the satellite city, it has also to make economic sense, right? It is quite extensive. The first thought you would get would be, now that is money lost. Probably there would be like 500 plots in that wetland. The first thought would be, why don't we get rid of it? But if we get rid of it, our plan won't be approved, by the way, because the NEMA laws are clear. These are areas that have to be preserved. So there is an allowance for their permissible uses within fragile lands like the wetlands. So Alex has a dream of having a golf course within our satellite city. So instead of cutting it off, we are allowing some land around that wetland for that purpose. Of course, you can't put up permanent structures. There's a lot that will be in the reports to guide us on how to make use of this. But the golf course can pass and it can be approved. So all this wider section that is in the lighter green will make part of our golf course. And the details of what we can do in there will be also provided. Now, you've heard Alex talk about the 50 by 100, the 100 by 100, and the half acre. This is what generates the plots, the densities in terms of settlement. If you look at this room, the way we are seated is what I would call a high density area. We are all squeezed in one space. But we could also choose to spread out and have 2 people per desk, okay? You see now there's more space per individual. Maybe we could call that medium density. But we could also choose for this entire room to have only 10 people. That is very big space per individual, and it's what we would call the low density. In the planning law languages, we use that, low, medium, and high. The low, medium, and high now to translate it to Alex's vision and the language, where we have the half acre, okay, is what we translate into the low density. And those are the plots within this section. with that lighter yellow. Now, the 100 by 100, that means now you're getting more plots within a smaller area, is what we call the medium density, and is what we are providing in this section. Okay? Now, when we go to the 50 by 100, those are now much smaller sizes, is what we call the high density, and this is what we have in this lower region. And as you can see, even from the colors, you can see these are really, really sizable. And the size reduces as you move away from the low densities. The unique bits of the land are going to give us independent and unique neighborhoods, okay? I like that this wetland is there. I love nature. For me, it works for me. So as you're in your large plots, you can overlook the people on this other side, but also these people within the high density have a chance to view you from the other side. So I love this at the center. Like they said, still work in progress. There's a lot that we have to include on this zoning, but we needed to come up with something to give you a picture of where we're going to be. The small white lines you see within, those are now our roads. The minimum size of the road, I think, will be 10 meters wide. Why 10? We need to put a lot of things. The entire 10 is not for the cars to move, but we need space for the vehicles. We need space for utilities. We need space for jogging lanes. You saw that beautiful picture of Rwanda. This is what we want in our satellite city. We can't keep on saying it happens there. It can happen here for us also, and we can make it ourselves. How we make it is provide the land that it requires for these facilities to run. And even those people who want to cycle around, these days we are eating healthy, we are living healthy. You need space for that. That's why the roads are considerably bigger. We note also that there are some roads going through this land that connect to the rest of the areas within Mukono. So those ones will be a little bigger. This is the major one from what is the center? From Nachifuma, that goes through up to Mbalala. I was about to say Mbarara. Mbalala in Mukono. This is the major road. That's one, we can't touch it. So you see, for it, it's much wider. I think it's about 30 meters wide. But there is also one that traverses through. This is about 15 meters wide, because the rest of the community, we can't stop them from passing through this land. Those are freeways that should be kept open. And this one also. Our neighbor here is the sugarcane what? Madivan is our neighbor here, so we can't stop him using these entrances. The plan is to have neighborhood self-sufficient neighborhoods, okay? We will have in here a general parking place. He talked about us having buses and all that, so we need a place where you'll be dropping off your vehicles. Or you can choose to jog from or walk from your plot up to this central place where now you get into the bus. We need those, but they will be centrally located to avoid. Actually, we don't want to do a lot of driving. We would prefer the cycling and the walking. So if the facility is closer to you, then you don't have a need to use the vehicle. So we want to have commercial plots therein. We want to have schools within this city. We want to have health facilities within this city. But all these, like I said, the idea is to have them more centrally located than spreading them into only one angle. So this is one whole neighborhood, and it should have most of those facilities therein. This is another and another and another. What haven't I talked about? So more or less, that is the plan that we intend to achieve. And are there questions? Okay. I think let me give the...
Yeah, thank you very much, Lina. My name is Jim Nganda, and I'm a surveyor. Kathy said I was the first person on ground, but I wasn't. It was Alex who was the first person. Technically, I was the first person on ground. Alex doesn't stop pushing. He kept on pushing, 7 in the morning up to the night. He was always on ground. But the purpose for my visit to the ground is this. These are just lines, but because the vision of With Love was to make sure things are on standard. We never have things on standard in Uganda. So you find a road going up because someone who planned the area did not know the levels of the what? Of the site. So that's how we come up with this. Each point, major road contours, and these are called contours. They mark the heights on ground. But you cannot get them without actually measuring them on what? On the ground. Alex said that everything has to be on point. We have to know where the water is flowing. We have to know where the river is going, so that people can have their jogging lanes, as Lina will put them, in the right position. So he said there is no time, there is nothing, but you have to make sure everything is to standard. So I went on ground, stayed there for some weeks, but we ended up with this, which has the contours, the major roads she was explaining. These are the major roads used by the community. And the waterways, as you can see, the rivers and the tributaries, which she used to come up with exactly what it is on ground. Other than many estates which are built here, they just wake up, draw plans, draw lines, give you a plot, only to go on ground and you find it in a wetland. You go on ground and you find it on a hill. You go on ground and they grade the road, and our normal car cannot what? Cannot go through unless you buy a 4-wheel drive car. So I am grateful to Alex's vision to have been part of this team that is doing things the way they are supposed to be. The city must be built. Thank you very much.
Jim, that was so, it was a summary. I was still thinking you're going to tell us the elevations. This is the high point. Where you see here is a low point. But anyway, Jim, thank you so much for coming through. If you see the profile of the land, the urban plan is following the contour. I don't want to go back to it, but we followed the contour elevations to be able to plan. You see some things are doing like this, other things are doing like this. This is where it came from the survey. Yeah? Edgar, quickly, come and take us through your explanations so that I can, this is yours.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Edgar Kampulira. I'm the consultant, I'm the environmental consultant on this project. I am a platinum member, and I want to specifically thank Jolie because I was one of the founding members, but I was sleeping. We attended the initial launch when Alex was launching just because we were his friends. We didn't want to disappoint him, so we went. But along the way, we slept. So specifically at the anniversary, Jolie spoke and realized, I could end up missing something great. Yet I was the founding member. What would I tell my children? So from the time we had an anniversary in August, I think I was around silver there. Yet I've been there for like 4 years, 5 years. I made a resolution to be a platinum member, and I'm glad I'm already one. I also opened 2 accounts for my daughters, and I want them to be platinum before the year ends. Yeah, specifically about this project, we wanted it to be very unique. We wanted to make history. So we wanted to design something which is sustainable. So we looked at the green satellite concept, and one of the key pillars is environmental sustainability. Now, unfortunately, in the modern designs, it is something that they don't consider. Someone puts up a facility, like a development becomes a burden to the neighbors. You have witnessed some of these things. So the environmental aspect is always not considered. But for this satellite project, when my team leader put me on board, she tasked me to specifically address this issue. So basically, environmental sustainability is the ability of humans to live on Earth without using up all resources or harming the environment. Specifically, we are very sensitive to the environment, and we want to preserve it and be compliant to all the applicable laws of the country. So the Green Satellite City is, first of all, it's planned. It's a self-sustained community. And of course, we are looking at reducing environmental urban development. This has been witnessed all over. Someone comes and puts up a structure, before you know it, floods and floods. So we want to reduce all those impacts. So on this specific project, we want this project to be a blessing to the neighboring community by conserving the environment. So of course, we're also looking at improving quality of life and serving as a model for future sustainable cities, just as I'm going to demonstrate. Now, we looked at environmental aspects while designing this city, which would definitely, the environmental aspects would feed into the overall design of this satellite city. Now, of course, we looked at sustainable designs. We're looking at designs which are not harmful to the environment, which are meant to preserve the environment and reduce the carbon print. We are living in an age of pollution, too much soil erosion. So the designs that the team is putting up are designs which are meant to sustain the environment. So, for example, we're going to do a lot of green landscaping. I think that's the photo. Green landscaping. It is, and of course, even other components. We are looking at, of course, like the designs of the roofings, designed in a way that they preserve water. So all those design components are going to feed into the overall master design, so that all the aspects that of the design, right from the roofing up to all the materials, we are looking at environmental sustainability. So we also looked at pedestrian-friendly designs. Now, of course, in this city, we are trying to encourage cycling and walking. And of course, one of the ways to do that is when we design friendly pedestrian designs. If you have been to Kororo, I used to jog to Kororo sometime when I had time. I would jog, but you know, the environment, the friendly design of the environment motivates you to walk. But you can now, like normally, I live on a dusty road as I go to my place, but I see people jogging in dust. So you find someone is jogging, is inhaling dust. So you try to balance the jogging, what is inhaling. So it's a bit confusing. But in this current design that we're looking at friendly pedestrian design, so that people are encouraged to walk. People are encouraged to walk. People are encouraged to cycle. About 10 years ago, I used to stay in a neighborhood. Of course, it was not a good neighborhood. But we had a lady who was gifted with a spatio. Now, this lady, even the shorter distance, he would drive out to go and buy. Now, when he comes back, she remembers perhaps she forgot something. She again drives back. So, but I could understand her point, because the neighborhood was not favorable for her to walk. So when it rains, definitely, she had, even when it was raining, it would be dusty. So even the designs also determine how people use their cars. So if we have pedestrian-friendly lanes, which encourage cycling and walking, we can reduce carbon print. Everyone would be, those would be emissions which would have reduced in the long, and this is the model city. So this is also going to be incorporated in the design. Then we also looked at mixed-use development. Mixed use, we are looking at integrating commercial, residential into the design. So if I'm staying here and there is a commercial entity next to me, which means I can walk to work other than having to drive. So in the design, we are incorporating both residential and mixed into one mix, so that it will also encourage, it will number one, spur development, but also it will discourage people from having to use cars to go and work. Then also the public transportation. I think Alex has hinted it. He looks forward to this city being the first electrical train, installing the first electrical train, which is a good thing, but also in this planning, the concept is trying to having an organized transport system network. Organized lane. You know, most of these cities, most of this planned development, some of those things they don't consider. What they consider is number of plots. So some of those amenities, yes, they eat space, but if you're looking at a sustainable city, then definitely that is a very important component. Then, of course, green infrastructure. There are fragile ecosystems within this land, as the urban planner has stated. So we are, in the design, there are buffer zones. They are not going to be utilized. However, of course, by the law, there are acceptable activities which are permitted by NEMA to be done in the zoning. So that's why the recreation facilities, the greening, and as you say, the golf course. But also, not only in the fragile ecosystem, but the entire city is going to be a lot of greening. Kololo is a very good example. These things are not starting. They were actually there only that, of course, the urban system, the urban planning things have changed a lot. So if you go to Kololo, there was a culture of greening. Trees have been planted, and it's a very good feeling. After a long day of stress, it's very relaxing. And this is a city that we want to build for you. So there's going to be extensive greening within the satellite city. Yeah, I think that is Kololo. That picture was taken from Kololo. That's also Kololo. Then these are some of the concepts that we're looking at while informing our design. This is not in Uganda, but we shall reach there. This is one of our neighboring countries. They also are incorporating the green infrastructure within the master plan. Now, water conservation. This land is gifted that it has many rivers which go through. And as a sustainable city, definitely, we are not denying national water money, but of course we also look at how we can conserve the water, utilizing the water resources available, but also by securing all the necessary permits required for us to utilize the water. Then, of course, some aspects of water harvesting, that one I think the design team will also look into through and see how best that can also be utilized. Then waste management. Definitely this city is going to inhabit a lot of people, about 15,000 residents. Now, if each house averagely can generate 1 kilo of waste per day, so you can imagine the tonnages. But the reason why we incorporate waste management in the design and also in the sustainability of the city. Now, all of you have mineral water bottles. Just imagine if each house generated 1 kilo of plastics per day. That's about 15 tons of plastics on a daily. Now, for us who have been in waste management business, a kilo of plastic, recycling companies buy it at 300 shillings. So you can imagine how much the city can be making in terms of sustainability. So, of course, there's going to be a lot of environmental practices via this aspect, because each house will be required to do a lot of sorting, so that, because now just I was telling you, if the city can sort its own plastics, the money secured from those plastics alone can run the management of the city. So this is why some of these aspects are very important in the design. So there's going to be rubbish points and dustbin. So if you are not willing to comply and just throw anywhere, I think Mr. Alex will talk more about that. Then, of course, environmental education. We are going to educate the people who are buying in the cities, but of course, this is going to come after, towards the operationalization of the city, where we have to agree that you have to be a law-abiding citizen via what? Environmental issues. Yeah. Then, maybe lastly, yes, maybe expected benefits of the green cities. Of course, we are looking at reducing environmental impact. We don't want the city to be a burden to the surrounding community in terms of pollution, in terms of waste management. So it's going to reduce environmental impact. Then improve the quality of life. I personally love greening. So we want you, when you come from your day's hustle, when you enter the satellite city, automatically your mind is relaxed and be ready to and be prepared to face the next day. Then, of course, economic vibrance. Definitely, there's going to be a lot of business in this city, and also given that we are doing a mixed development model where we're integrating commercial usage with residential. So definitely, there's going to be a lot of interaction of businesses within the satellite city. Then, reduce traffic congestion. Of course, some of these strategies is that we want to discourage it. We want to discourage too much of personal vehicles, where you find the husband has a car, the wife has a car, the children have a car, they all want to drive at the same time. So some of the strategy we're bringing up is that is to help us reduce on too much of pollution within the city. Then, of course, a sustainable urban model. We want this city to be a city of a difference and to be one of its kind. Then why should we purchase in the satellite city? Now, this is not part of environmental sustainability. This is from my point of view. We want to be part of history. This is going to be one of its kind because, yes, we have seen designs, but people always, who can allow to burn about 2 acres of wetland? They just landfill. That's what we are seeing. They landfill and make it for you plots. Then, of course, the results is that once this one starts building, the water has to look for its way to go. And those are the things that we are facing today. So we need to be part of history. But also, planning for the future. Now, I have witnessed my dad. My dad retired about 10 years ago. There are many friends he had who were very tight friends. But by life itself, when you retire, this one is scattered in Kabong, this one goes to Kabale, this one goes, so usually you find you are a very lonely man. Now this is a strategy. If I buy in the satellite city, you bring your friends to buy in the satellite city, you bring your relatives to buy in the satellite city. At retirement, we all still have friends around us. So it will be a very good plan for the future. Other than finding you are in a space of retirement, and okay, me, I'm a Christian, thank God. But you know, for us Christians, the good thing when you retire, you have ministry. But if you're not a Christian, my friend, what will you do when you have retired? Days will not shift. But when you plug yourself in the satellite city, you have plots of neighbors, neighborhood, even if you decide to make a timetable. Day one, I am in high-end, low-density area. You will visit friends, you'll find your retirement is very interesting. Lastly, business and social connections. This city has itself, the way it is designed, it is a mixed kind of setup in that there will be businesses within the city. My experience with Live Uganda ever since I became serious from August this year. Yes, I woke up, thank God. Is that I've realized that if you can get the With Love Uganda market, who has with the other market? For what? If we are looking at 1 million Ugandans to join With Love Uganda, if you can have a target market of that very market is just enough for you. It has all kinds of clients. It has kind of all connections you ever want. So this is why it is very important for us to buy in the satellite system. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you, Edgar. I'll come in last. I need you to lend me your ears because most of what I'm going to be discussing is the gist of what
we are looking at. Your individual, oh, you can help me. Yeah, what we are looking at, I'm going to run through this slide so quickly. Key points that I came up with: properly planned estate, Ugandan themes of architecture, and a sustainable city, which has already been talked about. And why I put these slides is because we celebrate some of the styles of people that have gone ahead of us and defined their own architecture. We are seeing this a lot in Kampala, especially with some hotels. We're seeing the Serena group of hotels doing this a lot, but it is Mediterranean architecture. Yeah, this is Islamic. I think if you that particular architecture was very famous in our old city plans because the proprietors, the Arabs, the Indians, this is where they come from. Now the climate, the design of each of these houses is dependent on the climate. The Islamic architecture doesn't do black, or most of it is white because white reflects heat. They have a problem with heat. And they have a lot of flat roofs because they use them. The higher you go, the cooler it becomes. They have ponds there, so the architecture is really flat. Of course, nowadays we are borrowing a lot of this, and there are problems that have come out of the borrowing of some of the things that we are seeing. As a consultant, we are telling people now, if you want to do a flat roof, make it function. Otherwise, you're going to suffer with it. Yeah, the modern designs we are doing these days. And of course, it is because of the climate that we are in, we experience a lot of rainfall. So you'll be struggling with a flat roof. But yeah, this is Norway. Norway is known for wood, and most of the predominant material they use is wood. This is a church, 1600s, still standing to date. You wonder what happened, because nowadays we see structures of 7 years, and you're called in to go and do repair. Yeah? This is 1600. It's a museum in Norway. Sitting within the environment, doesn't compete with anything. The colors, the roof, and everything. Yeah? I just needed us to appreciate that some people have gone ahead of us and thought. So what we are doing with Love Uganda is to create a thought process. You don't come and say, I want a flat roof here because of this and this. There's an explanation you'll be receiving. Of course, the education is going to be ongoing for what you're going to build in the city, because at the end of the day, what you put in your place affects everyone else. Okay? When you ask the Ugandan, what is Ugandan architecture? This is what gets in your mind. We do not have architectural styles that can define us like the ones I've showed you. Yeah? Am I lying? We have a lot of mixture, a lot. We're even trying to find ourselves. We are still trying. Yeah? But what was beautiful about this, of course, we no longer do this. It's only found in places. The durability and all had a problem. But the one thing about it, it was pitched. The sides of the walls were shielded from inclement weather. So when you go in a hut in the village, when it is hot outside, usually it is cool inside. They had huge overhangs with a steep roof. So some of these aspects, of course, us who are into this, we study and see what we borrow and what we can't. Yeah? We have examples, of course. This is a pro bono project that was done by foreign architects. This is on the internet. It's an award-winning project done for the group, a community in Batwa, a community hall. Of course, when you go for your holidays, you find this. We love to relax under these things. But when we come to Kampala, we put glass, we put what? Modern building. But when you want to relax, you go and pay money and go. I'm not saying that they are bad, the designs, but I'm saying in our kind of a climate, we need to think of what we can put. And that is a famous building. When it was done, this is the Basilica in Namugongo. What is predominant about it is the roof structure. The missionaries who came then, when they would come in a place, they would study the architecture and the life of people,
and design a building that would speak the language of the people in there. So we still, when you see Namugongo Mata Shrine and this appears, it leads you to the place automatically. But you see, they picked that hut I showed you about Ugandan architecture and translated it into this. If you see it, the prominent thing about it is that. So because as we know how to look at buildings and understand the theory about the buildings, we can read the mind of the architect that did this, even though they died. That is part of our training. Of course, these are modern things. Those of us who've been in Kansanga, there is this restaurant. Go and take a look. Be excited about what's being done in Uganda. It's in Muyenga. It's called a Japanese restaurant. Now, the Japanese have principles, but most of what they design is with nature. A lot of what they do, they work with nature. Most of them, and they are winning projects all over. But you look at this elevation, almost hitting the ground, the side. And then the way they depressed it. The front part of this has paving and grass. You find Europeans and whoever sitting there. They will not go to your modern shopping things. They will go here. If you've been to this, if you want to go and experience it, please visit the Japanese restaurant. This is a children's hospital done by a very famous architect called Renzo Piano in Entebbe. It was a donation, group of guys got together, yeah? But it was done with rammed earth, not brick. This is happening in our soil. People came, did a language, understood what we build with, the most predominant material, and they've come up with excellent architecture. This is an award-winning project. He got an award for doing it, yeah, on our soil. This is a school in Nansana. Most of the things I'm showing you, if you look, the language and style and things with nature, the way they blend the building with the nature is not different. All the examples I'm showing you, this is a school, but you see it's planned around the courtyard, and you have, I think this is a dining hall, this is a classroom, there's a classroom, and there are dormitories are there. But this is the elevation. I'm not saying this is what we are going to do. I'm trying to say people have come on our soil and tried to define for us what we should be defining. These projects are winning awards. This is an award-winning project as well for that school done in Nansana. Of course, they've respected our weather. You don't find flat slabs. They are doing slopes. And predominantly, they are doing earthy colors, the browns, or whatever, because most of what we have, like the Norwegian has wood. For us, we have brick. This is a common predominant material. So they're using it in a very artistic way to come up with these things. And people come and take pictures and say, award-winning project. An art center, I will not really delve into it. This was a building done using recycled materials by one of the architects, our fellow architects. And you can see, it's an art center. Of course, people of art will think out of the box. Very beautiful when you go there. On our soil, it's in Kampala. You can Google and see. Yeah? Why am I saying these things? Is we are seeing a disconnect as architects between what should define our architecture and what we are getting from the foreign languages. We can pick from them and define our style. Why do we have guys coming in here? Study us, because when those guys come, like a training of an architect, when I get to a place, I study everyone. Even when I'm going to design for you, your first word or your first sketch will tell me what kind of person you are. We are psychologists as well. We don't have the degrees. But these guys come in, go to the village, study the pattern of life, and design for it. And then they go and say, award-winning projects, and they're getting money out of them. This satellite city, I know, is going to attract quite a lot of people. They're going to come and see, what are we doing? What are we really doing? We must be intentional with how we are going to define the kind of houses we're going to put there. Yeah, of course, respecting everything else. So for us to deliver the city, yeah, we will need that person there. We will need there. Don't come and tell us for me, myself, and I. When you buy in the city, please, this is going to be a united force Yeah, in Luganda we say agali awamu ge kakola ki ge galuma ennyama. It's difficult to achieve this city when everyone wants to put whatever they want to. Yeah, and of course, this is not the best example, but when you see that building, it sits within the environment, doesn't compete with it. Environmentally friendly buildings. When I only touch that, it's quite a topic. Yeah, I need a lot to explain. Things to do with passive cooling, passive heating, the orientation of the building, and all in there. Material use, everything. It's quite a lot in there, which I didn't want to bother you guys now. When you buy and want to build, then we'll come to that detail of explaining that this one might not fit within our city. Go and modify. What we hope to achieve, of course, we are not political, but our cars have been bombarded with the roads recently, and many people are saying, Naye, what has happened? We don't want this. Yeah? This is what we want to see. Yeah? A fusion of modern traditional styles, a sustainable green city, water reticulation, a comfortable neighborhood, proper network, road network, proper garbage disposal, properly planned urban scapes or urban neighborhoods. Yeah? I kept this picture in the, as I was doing this slide, I kept this here. It's not talking about what is on the left, but I kept it here because this is not what we want to see. Yeah? Of course, we've talked about that, and I have a note there that says, first things first. We can't do the designs until the urban planners have given us what to plan for. I can't come and plan a house in a wetland, which is a problem that we've been seeing. Each one of us can testify that in the plan where you bought your whatever, 2 cars can't pass in a road. They're very narrow. And then when we come and say the urban planners now come and, no, the district come and says, leave a 1.5 meter road reserve into your plot, a 50 by 100. Usually I'm struggling, and the guy is telling me, you're not the one who bought the land. Allow me to build my boundary wall here. And you can't do much. Yeah? Anyway, planned neighborhoods. This is a picture of what we are having. A lot of green, beautiful as it is. Yeah? And of course, Edgar has already talked about these aspects. But the key aspects about it are there. This is actually being planned for. This is why I want 10-meter wide roads. I was even telling Tina, can you give me 15? Because with 15, I would plant trees and whatever. But each of the homes will be required to give back to the green. Because when we come and put pavers, we are going to increase the surface runoff of water and what. So we have to give back to the environment. Definitely when you put a paver, the carbon footprint increases. So the tree sucks most of that. It is an ecosystem and an explanation of things which I can't get into. So the greening is going to be a part of this estate. And of course, we'll encourage people to, of course, now someone who is into business of cycling, you should start thinking you're going to get a lot of money because you're going to encourage this quite a lot. Okay, we have developed some prototypes. This is the first one for the 50 by 100. I'll just run through the explanation. This is not cast in stone, really. It is an explanation of what would really want. When you see this house, we don't have the chicken yard. Usually when people plant it, they come at the back and put the chicken yard or what. So you find an overly built plot. We will not accept that, yeah? You will have to accept us to interrupt you in your homes. If you want to put chicken, you get a central site and do your business there. But in your home, please allow us to have proper management of things so that our wastes can be planned and many other things. Now, the house has both what we call a public zone, which is your lounge, the family room, the kitchen in this space. So you come in and enter from the sides. And you see there are planes that are doing this because, for example, this is not where, I'm not saying this is where the sun comes from. I don't have a long elevation. When you have sunshine coming through from that face and you put a lot of glass, the sun will hit the glass, and glass is a good translator of heat. You find that room hot during the day. And then what you want to do is to buy AC, which is also not sustainable. Yeah? So these planes are doing that to kind of, if you have a face, it is kind of sun shading this face. So the principal in there has taken care of quite a number of things. I can explain to you this whole concept the whole day. But after your public zones, then you get into the master bedroom, which is self-contained, and then 2 rooms, which have a common facility. The water and everything is planned around the same area so that it's easy to drain. And then here is the kitchen. Alex requested us to put the maid's room. Usually, Bambi, we forget them, and yet they are part of our African, we cannot not live without a maid. Now, outside here, this is the face here. I am planning or to think about urban planning. You can use those grills to plant something on them. Your celery, your whatever, put pots there, yeah? So you go into the kitchen and pick your things there and go back. There was a student who won an award. He's a student member in IUEA. He did something like this for the school somewhere in Western Uganda. And when the whites saw it, they were so amazed. They gave him an award. These are things happening. So I'm not telling you things out of. Yeah, he incorporated planting and whatever. There was an activity for the school that was generating income that he incorporated within the aisles or the verandas of the school, which made the whole balcony interactive. So this is what we also want to do. So here is where you enter from and get into the house. Of course, as Africans, not all of us are very open. I've had friends who come and tell me, please make sure my kitchen is hidden. The open plan concept is being accepted, yes, but a lot of wise come and tell me, can you come and close off? Close off. The same house, of course, can be rendered differently so that you have escape, which is having different renders. It's the same house. I'm just trying to show you that one house can be rendered differently. These are examples. Another render of the same house with the faces. So this is what we'll encourage, because each house, if it's going to have the same plan and the same roof and everything, will encourage a bit of individualism for you to have the feel or have participate in the elevation, how to finish. But even these roofs for guys doing solar can be used for solar panels. They also pitched, they are covering the wall. So they are slanting in a way like that to create the variety, but also if you want to do, we can use solar. Usually we get problems when you want to come and fix solar on a hipped roof and it's there showing you. But we have had projects that actually can have this whole roof as a solar panel. It's possible for the solar experts. So for those who are thinking of doing this, you can come in and tell us the streetscape. Wanji? Now, a study was done in Hollywood, yeah? These guys don't have boundary walls, and they don't have thieves there. Maybe because they are the rich people, I don't know. But their streetscape is like this. And the safest neighborhoods that were done research about are like this. Of course, we have a lot of, we want to close in and all, but the thief will also be planning for you. I'm not saying the thieves will appear in the estate. I'm trying to say that where we have gated neighborhoods with high boundary walls, then you invite the thieves, because then they will not see what you're doing. This is the prototype I just showed you, the streetscape of it. We have the road, the walking lane, of course. Yeah, wide enough road. 10 meters is really wide. Yeah? And we're going to put our green. So we're encouraging residents to put fences of green, yeah? And short ones, so that you can, like Edgar said, you can talk to your neighbors, yeah? Interact over the fence. Yeah, this is what it does. Actually, I did my dissertation in my 5th year. I did the Nalia housing estate, and I was identifying the problem. So I can really, really relate with this project, yeah? And I got very good marks out of it, so I know. And the things that I'm telling you were the things I discovered that was a problem with the estate, in Nalia housing estate. So, I mean, who doesn't want to live in a place like this? But it will take that, all of us. If you come and tell me, I don't want your green, then we don't know what to do for you apart from say bye. We are having, these are ideas, 50 by 100 storied. Definitely we have guys who want a bit of modern, and then the ones who want to be a bit, So we will plan for the 50 by 100 storied. Yeah? Work is still ongoing. These are ideas, please. Bungalows. If you see every concept I'm trying to show you, the roofs are not your traditional things of, we have a bit of flying things here and there to create a bit of, but the idea for the 100 by 100, these ones have more land, so they are spread out. You see the elevation here is a bit spread out than the 50 by 100. The 50 by 100 is narrow. That's why you had the narrow, whatever. Wow, I like this. I like the integration of the modern, the terraces and all. This is an idea for the storage, not cast in stone, but trying to address the needs of those who would want to say, I want a bit of some modernity. Of course, what we want to do is to reduce on the language of having so many flat roofs, because those are problems I've already told you because of our climate. We can reduce on them and work with them where they are going to be placed. But yeah, we need something beautiful. An idea for the storied prototype, 100 by 100. Bourgeoisie, the 200 by 200 will give us, you'll give us things that are really big. Half an acre really needs you to define your space properly because you have a lot of land. And you can see the pictures that I've chosen are sitting within the environment with both the colors and everything. They don't compete with the environment. I was very intentional when I was looking for these examples because I needed to explain this. You can't have an estate that is having blue, another one red, another one yellow. I mean, you'll be competing here psychologically. It creates a problem. You need buildings that can sit within the environment and work with the nature. Okay, we also have the idea of the condominium housing. When you hear Alex, for him, he's saying numbers, numbers, numbers. Now, what if you're not able to get a plot? We're giving you the chance of going for vertical planning, vertical housing. Karina, going up. Condominium planning. When you see this is now the prototype of the condominium. It will fit on 100 by 100. This was designed, has been designed, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 2-bedroomed houses. Enough space. I do a lot of condominium planning with the Indian community. It's very popular. They get into a place. I've seen this work with them. And then they buy 100 by 100, get guys, they develop, the guys who are developing, the guys who are managing, and they're buying Bugolobi, all those bourgeoisie areas. Yeah? So we need to be intentional with ourselves. What it has is we are going to plan for a lift in case we go more than the levels I'm going to show you. And a staircase here, which is a fire escape staircase. I struggle with my clients to tell them, please add a fire escape staircase. And they will tell me, Madam, I need to sell off this house. Yeah? So they sell you the house, including the walls and the ducts. They do those things. I do them quite a lot. So on the ground floor here is where you have the parking. Each resident will have to have parking. This is what we call the common property. Condominium planning is another concept of its own. If I get into it, I'll be talking. There's quite a lot. For it to, this should come with a title. Everyone who buys the individual house gets a title for it. Yeah? And I'm going to show you the elevation as to why we did modern for it and explain, which will be my last slide. This is the elevation of the condominium housing, modern. Yeah, we can't be, yeah. But these guys are many, yeah. They can use the rooftop for quite a number of things. Do business, jogging tracks, what? They can maintain. This is why we are saying, okay, let's give it to them. Gym, yeah. The open spaces are usually what we call common property, and these are paid for by the owners of the condominium property. And you cannot do anything when you haven't consulted them. Even the parking, even the fence here, you can't come and just put your colors here. You only work with the internal space of the condominium property. But we also want to, this building that fits within the nature, and what it is most of the balconies are shielded, they are recessed, because then we don't want to have sunlight hitting them, wherever it will be placed. And these are vertical fins, yeah, just to add the beauty. We are introducing brick red there a bit to tone down the language of it being so modern. But essentially, what you have seen is what is the thought process of the team that we are handling. I would like to introduce, the one left, Shepard, Stephen, kindly stand up. We have more in the office that we work with, those young men. I have pushed them. We did prototypes that were said, this one take away. When we had the meeting on Wednesday, Alex said, no, this one we don't want, this one we don't want. So we had to go back to the drawing board because as an architect, we listen to the client. When you listen to the mind of someone, you're able to interpret what they want. So my dear Williams, this is the satellite city and what we intend to plan for you. You will allow us to use the language, our knowledge to help us deliver this because we know what we are celebrating elsewhere isn't different from what we know. Yes? Thank you very much.
Another hand, please. Earlier on, I asked you, what are your expectations? And allow me, I don't know, just me thinking. Sorry? Exactly. You're a mind reader, or you have some prophecy tendencies. I think your expectations have been met. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes or no? Yes. Or even above your expectations. Beyond expectations, yes. Okay. Now, we're getting to, I know, first and foremost, I want to apologize, but I think we have spent our time very well this afternoon, haven't we? We're supposed to have ended at 2, it is 3:30. But it is for a good reason, isn't it? Because Banange, this is going to be the first satellite city in Uganda. Your clapping does not say it. This is the first satellite city. Alex and I met a gentleman, you all know him. He's called, I think, Brigadier Tumukunde. Many years ago, there was some other project we were pursuing. We wanted to kick malaria out of Uganda. A few years ago, Alex and I and some other lady. So we got to meet Major General Brigadier, I think, Brigadier Tumukunde. And he wanted to build a satellite city. I think it was on Masaka Road. But that failed. It is still in paper. Then, that was almost over 10 years ago. So this is going to be the very first satellite city in Uganda. That I can tell you with assurance that it's going to happen. Now I know time is fast spent. It is time for Q&A. I don't know if you guys still have questions. Mine are answered. If you have a question, please raise your hand and we do this because we're coming to the tail end of this launch and we must really close because we are hungry. I've been seeing people looking at their watches and rightly so. Very good. Matthias, your job, you have not, I have not fired you yet. And I don't intend to, so please help me move the mic.
Thank you so much, moderator, and the presenters for this wonderful work, plus Alex and the entire team. My concern is on did I hear there is a route that is going to go, that my device is going to be using? Yeah, so the way I've been seeing, the pictures, everything looks very organized, and the way we see the mindset of our people, I don't know how we're going to, if there's a provision for the drivers of those trucks that are going to be passing through the estate. How are we going to sell them the concept on how to keep the environment clean? I don't know if that is going to be catered for. Thank you.
Thank you. I think every question that is asked should be answered.
Thank you. What we intend to do in part of the education, when you're doing a neighborhood like this, you don't only educate yourselves, you educate your neighbors. And whoever comes into the estate will be allowed, yeah? So there will be an allowance for you to go through the estate. We just can't come and do our roads and plan them properly and then you come and go in, yeah? So that's a planning concept. We also want to have police posts and all planned and stationed at those major access points to work on the controls, because if you don't do that, then if anyone will walk in. What is critical is that the road, the existing road, the urban plan will tell you that an existing road that has been patterned in the mind of the people, you leave it. When you come to develop it, of course, you agree with the council of the place or the people of the place to be able to work on that road. And I don't know if we'll do this with Alex, but what we are doing needs to be informed. The proper urban planning, you need to inform your neighbor what you're going to do. And then they see this so that they can also reorganize themselves. I don't know if that will be done, if it will be a requirement or not, but still the education of the people in the neighborhood of this city have to be told, this is what we are planning, this is what we have it as a plan. You had the urban planner saying it's now a law. When I've come and put something here and you come and disturb us, there will be things that, you know, to be observed. So rest assured that we are aware of all those things, but there are controls in place to see to it that the city will function as a city with the allowable traffic and whatever in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other person with a question? I have some questions here, but anyone else? Yes, please.
So my question would be on the procedure. Let's say someone has purchased their plot. How is it going to work? At what point do you get the, like, who do you approach to know what kind of house or design? Did you present your own design? Do you choose from what is available? I mean, how is this going to work out for someone to be able to now put up what they want?
Like we told you, the work of the urban plan is still ongoing. We are going to zone the plan, and we'll have the zones for the bungalows, the zones for the storage. So if you buy a zone in a bungalow, for example, that has been designated for bungalow area, and you want to put a storage house, we'll tell you no, go and put it where the storage house is being zoned. Work is still ongoing. Now, the other question about the plan, do you come and, if you want to have a plan to put it in there, of course the prototypes are going to be developed and sold, but if you have an architect who's doing your plan, will review the plan and see if it fits. If it doesn't fit, we'll tell you no, go back and revise until when we are satisfied. The reason why we are doing this is to create a kind of order, because then we have people who come and plan things and, you know, it's difficult to even tell them anything because they've paid their money. But you will allow us to interrupt you because neighborhood planning is supposed to be done like this. You have a team of people who review designs and say they will pass or not. Yeah, so we'll have that flexibility. But we'll explain to you the concepts of why the prototypes are there. And if you want to modify, we can work with you to modify them. Or if you want to work with an architect, you can work with them within the principles and rules that we'll have set for the development in that particular zone. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else with a question? He put his hand first.
So thank you. I think the presentation was top-notch. So thank you. The technical team is actually doing a good job. So my question is not more so on the technical team. My question is to our vision bearer and the marketing team, maybe Jocelyn and the marketing team. Because we said for us to actualize this plan, we need about 15 million. So, 15,000 members. So my question is to the marketing team. How are we going to market this concept to the public so that we can be able to capture the 15,000 people? Because we need an action plan on how to capture those people, because this is a very exciting thing, and I know when it goes to the public, many people are going to come to us.
Yes, you can.
And also, does getting the number dictate when we start the project? Do we have to first wait to be 15,000 to do groundbreaking projects? But also to the technical team, how long does this whole process start? Because I'm thinking we are running out of time.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to first of all say thank you to all of you for coming. On the marketing side, like Alex mentioned, one of our marketing tools is you, our existing members. So we call upon you to share the content that we share on the groups, subscribe to our channels, subscribe to our social media, share the word out. But for us, we'll continue to do our work. We'll continue to do content marketing. I know many people have suggested that we go on TV and do interviews and do all that. The mind of Alex, because I pick from his mind to do what I do, is we don't want to go to them, let them come to us. Let the media come to us because of what we are doing or what we are doing. So we are banking on all of you to share our content. Tell whoever you can tell, your neighbor, your friend, your in-law, your partner, your what? Okay, what he said. But please do share because you guys have bought into the concept. You know exactly where we are going. You are the best marketing tool that we have. So we'll continue sharing content that you can share. We'll do as much as we can, tap into the networks that we can. There are so many networks that people have referred us to, Rotary. Alex has done so many presentations with Rotary. We have gone to companies to do presentations. Please invite us to your companies as well. We can come and make presentations about with Love Uganda, about the city. So we are not limited, but you guys are our first tool of communication. Have I answered your question? Which part? Oh, Alex will answer that part.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Yes, the second part, the second question is very important from Adele. Are we going to wait for the 15,000 people to start groundbreaking? The answer is no. Yeah, we are not going to wait for the 15,000. We have, for the city, we have strategies 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, so that in case we don't hit our target, what is the next plan B? I mentioned earlier. And then she said the design. When are we finishing? The beauty is the team that is working has been committed to this, not just for free, but they have been paid to do this. Does that give you comfort? So it's not for free, that they're going to do it whenever they want, whenever they have time, or they are volunteering. They are not volunteering. They are members strictly. Remember, with Love Uganda, opportunity is strictly given to a member. If we don't have that capacity, we don't have the expertise, whoever joins us, the condition is to join with Love Uganda. Yeah? So we are not going to wait for the 15,000. That's our target. Plan B, I mentioned earlier and said, what if this room doesn't get full? Yeah? And what if we don't get as many members? Or we are different. Some people have capacity to buy and then wait. You know, people are different, and you can't blame them for that. We are human beings and we are gifted differently. Derek will buy and then wait for the city to happen and then put you on pressure. Yet he has not. Remember, our strategy is the numbers. So I had to think of plan B and plan C. But the plan B, I already made phone calls. Already I have the plans running, which should begin next week. And that is to use our network, the With Love Uganda network, that I'm so proud of, by the way. You know? So we have people in top banks in Kampala who are members, platinum members. I already engaged them, sold them. Some of them are investors, as you've seen. Actually, 2 of them in the 2 different banks. So we've already come up with that strategy to send me and my team of leaders and a few members who can afford to start that drive now, going to every branch and every bank, because these are people. One, it's going to be a win-win for With Love Uganda and the banks. How? The bankers are busy. You wake up every morning, go to the bank, you leave very late in the evening, yeah? So we want to say, go in before they open the bank, make a presentation. We have done this before, by the way, but it was just about the 10K. People saying 10K, then the questions are, what, you know? Some join, some don't, but this is a direct benefit. It's also very difficult to find land this cheap, with a land title, planned with what we are offering. You will not find it anywhere. So the plan is to go in the banks, they have the numbers, but also the people are busy. You wake up in the morning, you're in the bank, you leave in the evening, you don't have time to go and look for land. Then the brokers who take you on the weekend, they just want to eat your money, because he will show you, you know, so we are offering a solution. Remember, with Love Uganda, we're in the solutions business. So now, the strategy with the banks is, those who don't have immediate money to buy, the 6 million, 12 million, and the 24, the plan is the bank is now going to lend their employees money. As long as they're willing to join With Love Uganda and pay their 10K, that's our condition. If you're not willing, we don't want your money. Now we are a bit proud, by the way, all of us here. Yes, it's as simple as that. Of course, very many people, just like Zero, we are using the Zero experience. Very many people said, hey, just pay and join. They paid and said, I will understand With Love Uganda later. But now we are intentional in explaining. Don't just join and pay. Yeah. So that strategy, we hope, is also going to work as we fine-tune Plan C. Now, me, I don't talk about a plan until I have asked all the questions. I've disturbed David, me too. I've disturbed different people who I know are brilliant minds, and they will ask me hard questions. And if I don't have answers, I will not talk about that plan. Yeah. Come what may, first and foremost, the Kathy and her team are tasked to make sure these plans are finished, hopefully by June next year. Yeah? So by June next year, we're hoping that by December, we can now call another meeting like this, now to start 2024 on the ground of how can we break ground. How can we break ground? This is the plan. We have the contractors. Can we each contribute the least amount of money to build our homes? Have I answered well? Yeah. Meanwhile, this doesn't stop you. If you have money, for example, and you're not going to wait for us to do it collectively, but you have your money and you want to build your home, it's as simple as talking to Kathy, because the designs you're seeing is what she's going to do. You see how cheap it's going to be for us? You actually have already been paid for. The 6 million you've paid, your plan for the house has already been done. Instead of looking for an architect, mguze taka. Banango in architect go money, akusebe million kumya. You guys, the 6 million you've paid, even the designs and the plans are finished. So I think you can see the power of numbers. Yeah. So now, when the only part, maybe Kathy can, if you come up and say, Kathy, me the design you displayed doesn't look nice for me. Me, I want a roof that is somersault. Then there you will just pay her some little money. So just some little money just to change your roof. Because the other money she has already been paid for. And she will also charge you very little money, because she knows we are going to have so many who are going to go to her and say, me, I want my color for inside to look like this. I want this to be this. So all that is opportunities for her as well. So, and that's the beauty of numbers. You can afford to do so many things at affordable prices. Yeah. So have I answered well? I don't get tired of answering questions. Please ask.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwine. I wanted to also find out, now that we have seen the plan, how do we start to pay? Do I have to pay all the money at once? Are there any terms and conditions? That kind of stuff, because I might have my money back here and you're wasting my time.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Anthony, for that. Now we've launched, so we've opened payments. Whoever has money, we were hoping to have agent banking, but for some reason, the people were few, two fell sick, so Mam Nila couldn't afford to bring the agents here. But we have bank accounts. Yeah, we opened up a bank with. We have an account with Equity, strictly a project account, strictly for the satellite city. Yeah, it's strictly, and it's called the With Love Uganda Satellite City Project. So it's different from our monies of 10K. Yeah, so please feel free. You can come to me, come to the leaders. The leaders are on that desk. Ask them. They are raising their hands. Ask them on how you can pay. Go to them. They will give you the bank account details. We'll also share them in the groups, but it's easy to miss them. So go to them, then they will guide you. You can use agent banking. Can use agent banking and make payment, and then you send a receipt to the. We are very organized, by the way. Send the receipt to one of your leaders. If you don't have a leader, feel free to ask any of those gentlemen and lady to be your leader. Or if you don't remember who your leader was, you can go to Cecilia, our admin. She has a system. She can check and know who your leader is. Yeah. Those who are new, probably a month old, and you've not yet been allocated a leader, we are going to work on that starting next week. Yeah. The deadline. Oh. Adela does something. What's the deadline for finishing payment? So we have up to April next year to raise up to 80%, to top up on the deposit we made, to make it 80%. Yeah? Yeah, and I can assure you, deadlines, what is it, April? We shall hit these things.
So probably, Alex, just a minor one is on, because those plots are too many, I don't know how many they are, I know there are too many plots. So like when I pay, I'm talking about allotment. How, shall we go balloting, or how will be the allotment?
Brilliant, brilliant. We have provisional, we are using the zero experience, we have provisional plots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something, whatever. The actual plot number is always given by Ministry of Lands. We use these provisional plots using these experts to allocate your land where you want it. The leaders are going to have these plot numbers they have, and they have this map. So you can say, me, I'm in the 50 by 100, and I want around this area. So they will do that and note it so that it's easier to avoid any level of mistake. I am very proud to say, by the way, we have so many people. Do we have people here who bought in Zero? Please, you raise your hand. Brilliant, brilliant. I think you can testify that no member has gone. There were 964 plots in Zero. We didn't have even a single mistake to say, me, you sold me this one's plot. No. So we have the experience now. Yeah. I forgot to mention about what I was saying with Kathy. No, I mentioned it. In case you want your design to change, she can do that with you. Yeah.
We have some questions that came from the online people. And one of them says, what is expected of a buyer after paying the 6 million per plot? What is expected of a buyer after paying the 6 million per plot?
We actually also came with already made agreements agreed upon with the lawyer, and we are using the With Love Uganda headed paper and address. Why? We are giving mileage to our organization. Remember, the condition is to join With Love Uganda. So when someone buys, you get the opportunity. You should come to the office and get your sales agreement. Yeah. Get your sales agreement. For now, I cannot lie to you that there are land titles. I think you can see the process, and we've not finished the balance. Yeah? We hope that the land titles should be out before December by the time we call for another meeting. The land titles will be out. Because I am proud to say, Zero Way, it also took us about the same time. Remember, this is big land we are dealing with. But right now, members got, all titles came out. Now we are in the process of transferring to individual names. But you're also free to say, give me my title and transfer form, I'll transfer for myself. That is okay. that is your liberty. The beauty using Zero, by the way, I'll tell you, Zero, the land titles right now for 100 by 100, members are only paying 500,000 for the transfer. If you want the same transfer in the same area and you have 100 by 100, the guys who will do it for you will ask for a minimum of 1.2 million shillings. Sorry? 1.5, someone is advising 1.5 million. Triple the amount that members are contributing to have their land transferred. Do you know why? Do you know why? The members working on us, one, are members of With Love Uganda, in very important position of Ministry of Lands. Two, because of the numbers and the titles are many, even though they charge you just 20,000, they are able to do the process because of the money aspect, because of the numbers aspect rather. Yeah, so right now the titles for Zero were out, and I'm proud.
So don't sit. There are still more questions. Somebody is asking for advice to members who may want to sell in future after paying.
Brilliant question. Brief. I'm sorry, Derek. I'm sorry. Brief answers. If someone wants to sell, this is your property, yeah? The condition would only give you is make sure that the person you're selling to is willing to join With Love Uganda and pay their 10,000 and also follow the bylaws. It's as simple as that, but it's your land. You can decide to sell.
Yeah, thank you so much. On the construction bit of it, does the person fund the construction directly, or they still have to pay? They can pay the site in With Love and they construct for them the house.
Oh, brilliant. Yes. Oh, is it one contracting? Is that what you're asking? One person to construct? Who is responsible? Yes, that's the actual plan. Although now this is a big project, we want one head person who can now subcontract, and we will dictate subcontract members. Yeah? So, yeah, we'll have one contract. But even now, I'll tell you, if you bought your land and you have your money, before we get to December and come up with these plans, you're free to construct, as long as now you have to come to Kathy and make sure those plans fit into our plans, and you're not going to build past the road. Of course, these things will be demarcated already. Yeah.
What if he gets a better deal from a non-member who may be offering more money? Is one allowed to sell to them?
The answer is yes. Remember, what we are doing here is to attract non-members. Am I correct? That's why we are doing this drive, to attract, because earlier on, before Zero Away, it was difficult to say someone, this is the plan. This is the plan. Why we came up with this strategy is we realized people want direct benefit. Now, because of the numbers, it's easy to explain. That's why people are getting such discounted pieces of land. So you're free to sell to a non-member. We are not conditioning you to only sell to members or sell to the organization back. We are saying that person you're selling to, whether they are buying the plot at times 10 the price, it is okay. Are they willing to join us and abide with the rules? If the answer is yes, sell to them. If the answer is no, come back to us. Come back to us and let's pay you the money. You know why? And we shall pay you the going value. You think that those people might pay you more. You'll be shocked that With Love Uganda will pay you more. You know why? Do you know why? Because, do you see that we're selling these plots at 6 million, a 50 by 100? 4 months down the road, that property is going to even quadruple in price. You will find a 50 by 100 asking for about 30 million. Because people have bought into it and their plans. Do you see where I'm coming from? So after about 4 months, by close of year, those plots are going to appreciate. So when you go around and the person is not willing to join With Love Uganda, come to us. We are rich people. We are all here. We shall pay you even more than what you want.
Okay.
Hello. Thank you, Alex. I wanted to be clarified on something. You said that the area will also have schools. And I was inquiring which schools there is: primary, secondary, university. Is it a specific kind of school? And also on the benefits, they mentioned that the benefits, of course, there is cash back that will come from hospitals. Will it also come from schools? Yeah. And my last question was about the how long will we have to pay the 10,000 for, let's say, the city is completely finished and everything is in play. Yeah.
Brilliant question. Let me start from the last question. For now, earlier we had put a mark up to 8 years, but now you can see the power of 10K when the numbers come in. We can actually do much more projects that will, at the end, give us bigger returns as members. But still, after 8 years, the plan is to evaluate where we are as members, how much we've been able to achieve as an organization, and how much our 10K has been able to do. Yeah. Then the question, I hope I've answered that well. Yeah. No?
I think she thinks the 10,000 will work on the city. The 10,000 is not for the city. It is for the hospital. The city is a unique project for the members who will join it, the 15,000. So it's different. You can be a member of With Love Uganda, but you're not part of the city. So that has to be a bit clear, so as you don't expect your 10,000 to help you build that house.
Brilliant. She has answered the question better and answered it better. Yeah? Perfect. The schools, this is what is happening in the background. One, remember, as With Love Uganda, we want a certain standard. So we are saying, first and foremost, to answer the question, is it up to kindergarten, primary? The plan is to have from kindergarten up to secondary level. We haven't planned for university yet. We can go to any other universities for now. But also, we want the schools to be owned. We're having two things. Should the schools be owned by With Love Uganda, and we do a very nice standard discount prices for the members who live within the city and outside? Or should we give them to a member who can afford to develop a standard kindergarten, primary, secondary school that we would be proud of? Yes? Those are two. What will inform us? That's why we didn't put up commercial plots for sale. If you notice, we've not yet said commercial plots are for sale, because we want to answer that question. How fast can we grow from this city? That 10K now, yes? How fast can it develop the hospital, depending on the numbers? And can we use also that 10K to build the schools? So that the social amenities, some major social amenities, are owned by With Love Uganda to our benefit, all of us. Why? School fees discount, but also when the schools make money, even you, whether you're in the city or not, you'll be able to get a cash back much later.
By the way, before I forget, somebody asked me and wanted to know, is it possible for them to have some of these diagrams that were being shown so that they can share them on their family WhatsApp group in order to convince them to come on board?
We are going to share with the team so that the logos and whatever, the protectiveness of, these are original designs, a copyright to the architect. We don't have that here in Uganda, but we want to safeguard what is With Love Uganda. So when you're sharing, the ones handling the communications and the media will see what to do with them, because we need the images to sell, but then we also need to protect, I don't know, piracy, I don't know what, I don't know. Yeah, so the communications team will receive these. We won't give them to you individually, and then they will see how to manage the issues of communicating to the members. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone was asking, as a platinum member, will she have an opportunity of viewing the land? Yes.
Yes, the answer is actually yes. Apologies, I forgot to communicate, and this is why it's important for you to check in your WhatsApp groups. We are coming up, hopefully starting next Sunday, not tomorrow. Next Sunday, we are going to organize teams for members. Anyone who is available, we shall put a coaster. You only contribute little money, maybe 25,000, so that you're able to go and see the land. Or if you want to go privately, you don't have time, you can't come along, maybe your Sundays are busy, because every Sunday we're going to do this, even after Christmas. Yeah? If you're busy, then we can say we are going to have teams at the Bukoto office, the With Love Uganda office, who will then be taking you to the land. I will ask Jim again to stand up, our lead surveyor. You're going to see this face all the time on that land whenever you're going to go and visit, because he will interpret for you that map that you've seen, and you'll be able to see the roads as you drive through. Even when you come out of the coaster to see, he will be able to interpret for you. Yeah. And then also you have the liberty to pay after you've seen the land. It's not a must that first pay before we take you to visit. No. You have the liberty to first go see the land, then you pay.
Hey, Alex. I just wanted to know about if I'm a member with Love Uganda, and I've just joined because I've heard that the deadline time will be April next year. So if that time reaches and I haven't got the 6 million, will I be able, or will I have a chance of getting a plot?
Brilliant question, actually. It leads me to give an answer that we had not mentioned. This is the benefit now to members who joined maybe 3 years back and older. Yeah, we are saying the members who have been faithful with their 10K, what benefit do they get in purchasing these plots? If you've been a member for more than 3 years, now we still have a window. That's why you see some new members have come and have paid backwards so that they become silver. You have the opportunity to pay in installments for 4 months. If you're a new member, we may ask for outright purchase. Yeah. Now, let's say probably you've been given a chance, and then there's a small balance. It depends how small, because I believe we're going to have a rush of people who are going to. I've had people who tell me even by January these plots will be gone. So we can decide to give you an opportunity to give you back money. Using Zero experience still, we've had members who bought Zero. By the way, Zero at first was 4 million shillings. Can you imagine? We have people who called me from the diaspora saying, there's no land in Uganda at 4 million. But they bought, now they have titles. So some of them later, you know, as this is the life we live. Sometimes you get challenges and you need money. And the quickest asset you can liquidate is probably your land. I'm proud to say that members who have reached me, there are very few, about 3, 4, 5, who say, there I have a financial challenge, and there are people willing to buy my plot. Those who bought at 4 million, they received 6 million in cash. Yeah. So in case you fail to pay, but and you're delaying our plan, because remember, at the end of the day, these are plans that we have to achieve. We can give you an opportunity, either say, you have a right to buy into the condominium. And we've not yet mentioned the condominium price. It's going to be way cheaper, maybe 3 million. But we don't want to mention it until we are sure. Yeah? So then we can give you the offer of either purchasing the condominium or we give you the cash back.
Question on, somebody has just asked me, and I think it's important. Someone is asking, as an ordinary member, one who has just joined and has just paid a 10K, or if it's 2 months, then it's 20K, if it's 3 months, 30K, are we eligible to buy into the city? Or do they have to backdate to grow in rank?
Chairman, you should have answered that one. So the answer is no. That's why we are running this to be able to attract as many members. So as long as you pay your first 10K, you can buy whatever plot you want at whatever amount. Yeah. It's not limited to silver members, gold members. No. As long as you're willing to pay 10,000 to join with Love Uganda, you can buy whatever plot you want.
Mr. Alex, on the same point I've just asked, if I'm unable to pay the 6 million and I'm still a member, because I know with Love Uganda it's 4 years and years. If I'm still a member and I've been unable to pay the 6M, will I have the plan has left me out. Will I have a chance of
will there be a chance or another plan?
Brilliant. Now I've understood this question. Actually, we are thinking ahead because now, after delivering this, we are worried that we are going to have a lot of pressure from people who have joined and have missed out on this and want another city. Yeah. So the opportunities are going to be there. We can also decide to expand our city. It's not cast in stone. I'm sure once we deliver this, the neighbors might come to request us to buy them. But that's why we started with Zirowe, 120 acres. After Zirowe, the demand started increasing, by the way. People said, I missed out on Zirowe, I missed out on Zirowe. I want land as well at affordable prices. Then now, thankfully, we already had the housing project, then we amplified it to a city from 120 acres to 1,309 acres. So as long as you're in With Love Uganda, just buckle up and you know you will get an opportunity for sure.
I think in the interest of time, just allow me to read these questions. They are answered and we move on because we just have our board chair to close and we're out of here. Okay. This one asks, is one free to withdraw from the satellite city or sell? And I think the answer is yes. How do we ensure security if the estate is open to the community who walk through? It was answered. What happens if, as per the deadline of April, I have 2.5 million or 3, does that mean that I can't buy the plot till the money is all paid up? Because April may seem too close for some of us. I think you've answered that. Yes. Has a concern about the account being in Equity Bank because of their mafia-style operations. We don't have a member of Equity here to expound and comfort us that they will. But yes, please do.
I can say something to that regard because remember, this is project money, this is members' money. So, and again, we are privileged. We have a member, though he left now, but he was in the finance department, ranking up there in Equity. So I sat him down and said, we cannot risk people's money. What is happening? Because you see, when the word goes around, first it was, I think, Stanbic, then what? These things happen in banks. So not only Equity, by the way, but he told me, because me, I had time and I'm not biased, he told me because of online banking that has been, that has started, yeah? People go to public, like now here, you can connect onto the Wi-Fi. We have free Wi-Fi in here. So you can connect onto Wi-Fi. Now remember, banks have apps, yeah? So we have smart people, IT guys, they can actually access your account through public Wi-Fi. That's one. Secondly, he said, yes, they have people in the bank who work with Bafere. Yeah? How? They call people and say, oh, I am an Equity person. This is your phone number, and we are upgrading our system, and we are sending you a one-time password. Actually, this is important for us to know. Not only for With Love Uganda, but private, for your own safety. So they call and say, we are sending you a one-time password, what they call an OTP. Now, because you could be busy, you may not be aware, quickly, and they tell you, once I send you the one-time password, please read it for me. So when you do that, they're able to access to access your banking details. Now, of course, when someone is disturbed, when they come to the bank and record videos, they will not give you this background story. They will just say Equity Bank yakozechi, yatobie. And also Equity Bank, this is a business, yeah? They are not going to refund all monies of people. They have to first do investigations and all, but they don't have the chance to explain all this to the public. Remember, bad news sells faster than With Love Uganda. Thank you.
Let us say, With Love Uganda sells faster than bad news. So with this, we are coming to the tail end of this, and please permit me invite our board chair. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you for presiding over this. Well done, Derek. A hand, hand of applause to Derek. Thank you very much, Derek. Wow, wow, wow is all I can say. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you all agree this has been a momentous moment for all of us as members. Of course, the significance of it is, for all of us, is that we cannot afford to miss out. That's for sure. That's what came out of this. We just can't afford to miss out. But also, you see, from the questions as well, I could tell that there's so many things that still need to be answered, but it's also very important to know that for the 10,000, which is our 10,000 project, it's our common goal, the hospital that we're driving at, okay? Again, I mentioned earlier, okay? Though it's our overriding goal, we are not just one-dimensional. This today here is testimony to that. They're going to be on that road to the hospital, which is a long one. There are going to be a number of projects like this. So even the gentleman there who was saying, what if I miss out on this one today and whatever? No need to worry. That opportunity for you is coming. We're going to do a lot of these. And again, it is because of the power that we have, the numbers that we have. So, guys, let's just tighten our belts, okay? And let us ensure that we are diligent with our 10,000. Let us be diligent with our 10,000. For those that can actually backdate, please go ahead and do. But if you can't, you don't have to. You don't have to. But the ranking, while answering, and I hope the gentleman knew the question that I read out with the gentleman. I hope his answer was consistent with mine. I hope you're happy. Yeah, because that's what I told him as well. But I wanted to hear from somebody else as well. Yeah, that's why I passed on the mic to you. Yeah, but the ranking, when we get to the hospital, and that of course is delivered, is in operation, remember it will be open to the public. It will be making us money as well as with Love Uganda, because it's open to the public. The services will not be free. But for us as members, yes, we will be getting services from the hospital. But that's where the ranks will come in. That's where the ranks will be very important. There will be discounts on the various facilities, the services offered by the hospital. Platinum will get a certain discount, and then the gold, and then the silver, and the ordinary member. But we shall all have access to the hospital. Even the ordinary member will have a benefit that is much better than the guy on the street who is coming for services in the hospital that is not a WLU member. So the ranks do not preclude you. You being an ordinary member does not stop you from participating in an offering like this one. Yeah, all you have to do is be a member, okay? So for me, in closing, I just want to say, guys, especially for you now who have stayed here, we've been here 3 to 4 hours, close to 4 hours. I'd like to say thank you very much, guys, for dedicating your time. That is very encouraging for us, not just the guys in management, even for us at the board. Kathy, who was part of the technical team, it's very encouraging to know that guys can sit through 3 to 4 hours of this just to listen, because there's an interest. But then also what that tells us is that you are confident of the leadership, and that is what we are here to reassure you guys. Yeah, I keep mentioning when I have this opportunity is that we are mindful of corporate governance. You will not lose your 10,000 shillings. Why? Because we are the guardians. For starters, we are the board. We are the guardians. We've got the experience. I wanted to read the CVs of the rest of the board members. Unfortunately, because in the interest of time, we've been here very long, I am not going to do that. But trust me, guys, this ship has capable captains. Thank you very much, guys, for your time. Thank you for being members. And guys, let us buy into this project. Let's see it through. And there are going to be a lot more littered along the path to our hospital. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And like we said, we close with a word of prayer. Do we have a Muslim in here? Because remember, we said we are non-religious. Eh? Do we have a Muslim? Hey, come and pray for us. We had a Christian, let's have a Muslim. Next time we shall have an Orthodox.
Let's humble ourselves and we pray. Allah, beginning with the name of the most gracious, the most merciful, you alone we worship and you alone we think for help. We thank you for your mercy to keep us here in this place. We thank you for keeping our parents alive, and we thank you to have mercy on those who have left us. Dear Allah, we thank you for everything, for giving us knowledge for what we have been discussing, and we ask guidance on what we have discussed. In Allah's name, amen.
Thank you very much. God bless you all. Thank you.